We all here? Okay, where's Conrad? Is Mr. Heed in the audience?
He is.
Oh, there's Mr. Heed. I did not see you. Well, that's right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending. Well, we're missing the Chancellor. That's what we're missing. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, got quiet. Yeah, we're gonna start. Reg? Are you?
No, I just went to get her. Yeah, we were loading the things last on the laptop.
Oh, you're loading?
Coming down the house. No,
She's
we're
coming
good
down?
now. Yeah.
Is she coming down now?
Yeah.
The Queen. Oh, that's all right. Gosh, we're just all.
You know, that's the time to visit.
Okay, welcome everybody to our special meeting to talk mostly about budgeting and other items. If you have a cell phone, please turn it off so that our proceedings will not be disturbed. And I'm calling the meeting to order. Do we have any public comments?
None.
None? Okay. Let's see. We don't have any action items. Committee reports. During this past couple of weeks, our internal auditor sent me a proposed policy on a whistleblower policy by means of a hotline. And I suggested that this go to the Audit Finance Committee from which it came. I think this was where it started. And I talked to Ms. Appleman, who suggested that we put this on the agenda for information purposes only. I do intend to refer it to committee for comments. I think, Louise, do you have any observations? I think what we were looking for, perhaps comments, just to let everybody know that Annette our internal auditor has proposed a hotline policy as a means of reporting violation, compliance with rules and regulations and auditing matters. I think it's the thought is it's a good practice to have a Sarbanes-Oxley type whistleblower policy. We already have one for publicly for giving information to a legal officer, which is employee rights and privileges. It's DG Legal. However, this is a little different. This is internal. I've got some suggestions and some comments. that I will pass on to the audit committee, and I have them in my package if you want to see them. One of the things that I would suggest is that if we're going to have a whistleblower policy, hotline is one way of doing it, and if there are other ways of reporting these kinds of things, by sealed envelope and otherwise, you might want to consider that. There's some language things in there that I would like for the committee to consider. Another item is, to whom do you report? I think the best practice is in the draft. It says that the reports will go to, I think, to management, to the lawyer. I think the better practice is that it goes to the audit committee, and the audit committee determine how a matter is investigated. If it's a top vice chancellor or so forth, we don't want management reviewing it. We would want the audit committee to do it and have all the help it needs. If it's somebody else, it could be our legal department. So I suggested that, and perhaps some amendments to the charter of the audit committee. Another matter that I've talked briefly with our in-house lawyer is confidentiality. We say it's going to be confidential, this information, but we are a public institution, and we have we are subject to the Public Information Act. I think there may be some exceptions in the Public Information Act that would keep reports to the investigations regarding reports and the reports themselves confidential and not be subject to the Public Information Act. I'd hate for wild allegations to go out into the public without thorough investigation. So I'm going to ask the committee to consider if there are any exceptions to the Public Information Act in this regard. But what I recommend is that we send this to committee, to the Audit Finance Committee, where it was generated in the first place.
Oh,
And I have
thank you. We this has been under discussion for some time, and you do have in your packet the proposed policy changes, and I would ask that you study them carefully and perhaps get to Ms. Robinson before the next audit committee meeting, which has been rescheduled for August the 7th. A college district that maintains a compliance department, which we do by virtue of our internal auditor, may establish certain procedures, and I'm reading from the Education Code and our policy, such as the telephone hotline to preserve the confidentiality of communications and the anonymity of a person making a compliance report or participating in a compliance investigation. In January of this year, the Audit Finance Committee did receive a report from Ms. McCurdy that a research and feasibility study had been completed regarding a hotline. And those activities had included a webinar review by the CELT and some focus groups. A vendor has been selected, a company called Ethics Point, and the anticipated expense for the startup is approximately $2,200 and an annual anticipated cost of between $4,500 and $5,000 was reported. In February, this board heard a report from the audit committee, and we pointed out at that time the compliance with the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, Reform Act of 2002, and the recommendation of the National Association of Colleges and Universities Business Officers. In March, we reported again to you that we had revised our work plan for the year to include the implementation of the hotline, and some suggested and necessary policy changes had been submitted to our in-house legal counsel for review and processing. In April, we reported again to you the work plan, which included identifying policies that would require updating, writing the initial plan for the implementation of the hotline, some items that could be completed before the signing of the contract with the vendor, which, by the way, has not occurred. For instance, preliminary work on the portal page, determination of incident categories, and then finalizing who would be the partners in the hotline and how it would be administered in-house. So all of those discussions are ongoing. In May, the audit committee met again, and it was reported that the work was still in progress on the review and revising and updated of the policies which will support the hotline. So now the policies are ready for review. I would ask that you study them carefully. It's 2 pages. It's in your packet. And that if you have any questions or concerns, that you contact Ms. Robinson prior to the meeting of the Audit Finance Committee, because we're ready to roll on this. And we need to be sure we're comfortable with it. And hopefully at our August 16th board meeting, the Audit Finance Committee will come to the board with a recommendation that you can adopt.
Thank you, Ms. Appleman. Thank you very much. Are there any comments or observations on the, okay. Be sure and send your, Angela, I will send you I will give you mine right after this meeting. The Governance Committee, I don't think we don't have anything to report, so we will start the Budget Workshop 3, and this time I will introduce the right person and not get the stare of stares as everybody. Ms. Hadley, Chancellor. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Greenhill, and good evening to all of you board members, faculty reps, staff, and visitors. We are very pleased to have you here. I hope you are comfortable because we'll be here for a minute or two tonight. Budget Workshop number 3 promises to have a lot of interesting pieces for you, so I expect that the time will be rather prolonged. So if you will just sit back, relax, and listen to all that the staff has prepared for you. And board members, I think at the end, you will be saying, well, you sure gave us a lot of options here, because we certainly do intend to give you a lot of things to consider. You see before you the agenda. I'm going to start with our Vision 2015 update. We have been working on that now we're going into our 3rd year working with Vision 2015, and naturally at this point we ought to be pretty much on our way in implementing the strategies that support the 3 major goals that we have for Vision 2015. And after I finish that, I'm going to call on Tom Dyer, who is with the Boca Powell Company, who is going to walk us through the academic and facilities master plan. You will recall that we did something a little different on this plan than what we thought we were going to do when we began our work. So let me go to, and then finally we're going to call for Mark McClendon and his staff to give us the financial forecasting model, where and in that section you will also get the information that we pulled together so far on the budget for 2012-13. So I'll start with the next slide. This is Vision 2015, the road ahead. Notice the highway number is TCC 2015, and we certainly hope that everybody is going to be on the same highway and look at the billboards as they go by that will show Tarrant County College District there, where at TCC we're all about student success. Our goal 1 starts with that. Student learning and success is the overall goal. Goal 2 is affordability, accessibility, and diversity. And goal 3 is institutional effectiveness. Next slide, please. You know that we now have a director of process improvement on board, and he is working very closely with all of us. I asked him to get with all of the KELP members who are responsible for the various parts of the goals. We have 20 different strategies that are part of the 3 goals, and of course in process improvement you have the red, yellow, green, and white. Red means that it is currently late or below defined objectives with no plan to recover to meet defined final objectives schedule or reviews, or objectives. Well, we don't have really anybody who does not intend to meet the defined final schedule or objectives. And so red, in our case, when you see red, it may be a little harsh. And so I ask you to look over at the quantitative. It's greater than 10% behind the original schedule or the original objectives. And if it's red, management intervention is certainly there to make sure that it gets on target. Yellow means that it is currently late or below the defined objective, but there is a plan to recover and meet the final objective or schedule. And it also means that it is no more than 0% but less than or equal to 10% behind the schedule or the original objectives. And of course, management awareness and support are required for anything that's yellow. Green, that's the best one, of course. It is currently on time and it's meeting all the defined objectives and will meet the final schedule and objectives, and some of them have already, in fact, been met. And of course, on the quantitative side, it's less than equal to 0% behind schedule and no intervention is required. A white dot tells you that the objectives are still to be determined and that the qualitative description is still to be determined and that we are aware. Really, there's a couple or so on there that are white, but really we have determined for the most part our objectives for all of these. The next one, please. Now you can see from there, goal 1, student learning and success. And before I go through these, I remind us that I mentioned TCC Vision 2015 because I've been telling you that everything we're doing at Tarrant County College relates in one way or another to those 3 goals. The campus presidents, under their leadership, and the people who work with them are keenly focused on these 3 goals. All of the vice chancellors in each one of their areas and their staffs are the same. The first one is to implement a systematic process to assess and improve academic student learning outcomes. The objective is clearly defined. And by the way, this is we have the goal up here, but this is something that the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools will absolutely be focused on when they come for their work with us as we go through our reaffirmation for accreditation. 1.2 is to develop an academic master plan. And you see that the objective is clearly defined. Schedule and overall are listed as red. However, there's really should be yellow, and you'll see why in just a few minutes. And the reason they're red there is because the schedule was not kept, but we didn't keep the schedule because we changed the focus. That was to have been 2 separate plans, the academic master plan, the facilities master plan, and we combined those 2 and went for a request for proposals, and it took us longer. But I promise you that both of those last 2 should be yellow, and probably a month from now, that last one will be green because we will have completed that. Process improvement people, don't let us cheat though. And they tell me that if it didn't meet the original rollout for the schedule, I tried to argue the point, and Tim Marshall was in the KELP meeting. Mike Eek wasn't there, but I was arguing my point, and Tim said, no, you can't do that. I said, okay, all right. 1.3, review and improve current student services processes. We have done a lot of work on those, primarily through our Achieving the Dream. And this gives me an opportunity to tell you that the Achieving the Dream program, of which all of you are very familiar, works hand in hand with Vision 2015. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of things under 1.3 that really are green. But when we look at the overall review and improvement of student services processes, we give ourselves a yellow. The next one, assess and improve student engagement. Again, because of the way process improvement works, the schedule wasn't done on time, but or the objective, I should say, was not done on time, but the schedule certainly is there, and we're working on that. And overall, we still get a red on that, but it doesn't mean that we aren't moving towards success on that. As you could see from some of the Sense and SESI data, you can tell that we're getting students more involved. that we have in the past. 1.5, to strengthen and standardize developmental education program. We have done a lot of work again on that in reading, writing, and math. You've heard us talk about the Math Emporium. That is scheduled to come online this fall in a smaller way than what we envision it to be eventually. Each campus is scheduled to have a 50-seat emporium for math, but maybe it may be used and sometimes for other things. And that right, Tom? That's what I'm told. Probably not this semester, maybe not even the next semester. But as we move into the full implementation of the Emporium model, it could be used for something other than math. The next goal, goal 2, is affordability, accessibility, and diversity. And goal 2.1 is to expand college connection to each high school in Tarrant County. The fact that we have a red in the objective and a red in the overall, the objective means that our process improvement person didn't see what he liked as far as the objective was concerned, but we're on schedule to do that expansion. And eventually the overall, of course, will be green. 2.2, to expand access to education and training through alternative learning opportunities. We're green on all of that, and we again are working on a number of initiatives there. 2.3, to increase funding for financial assistance for all students. We're yellow and green with that. 2.4, to research textbook actual cost and investigate options to reduce costs. We are green, and yellow. We haven't completed that. We gave the faculty until the fall of 2013 to work up processes for implementing ways to lower the cost of textbooks, as well as to implement a common textbook across the district for each of the courses that we teach. 2.5, to assess our current status of diversity and develop a qualitative and a quantitative diversity plan. That's 2.5 and 2.6. We did the full assessment, and the diversity plan has the foundation. The person who was leading our diversity efforts resigned, left the college a few months ago, and we have a new person in place now, and we have every reason to believe that we will reach our goal on that prior probably to the time when we thought we would do that. TCC, I might add, already had a really good foundation for diversity here at the college. We weren't perfect, but we certainly had a really good foundation for that. Thank you so much. Casey can hear my voice cracking. Dry. Goal 3, institutional effectiveness. 3.1, to update and execute the technology plan based on the district strategic plan. Actually, that's all white, but I would say, and I will let Tim correct me if I'm wrong, it probably should be yellow, and at least some of those, because he's having to wait until the academic and facilities master plan is complete before we can do that. And remember what I said about the white, it means you really haven't completely defined your objectives and your schedule and the overall outcomes for that. 3.2, to develop and implement strategic real estate and facilities master plan. I talked about that a few minutes ago. Coupled with the academic master plan, both of those should have been green, yellow, yellow. And 3.3, to develop and implement a process improvement program across the organization. We are well underway in developing the process improvement plan. Our director has outlined the objectives. We have schedules, and overall we're taking some major steps there. I'll just tell you one little baby step that we took right away. If you look at any emails from any of us now, you should see the exact same signature line on everybody's email. Everybody's. And when you use your TCCD email, you may want to copy that same one. We determine what the font should be, what the size should be, what the order of the name, the title, the location, all of that, a way to brand the institution, a way for uniformity, and a way for us to get away from a lot of our little personal sayings that we like to put at the bottom of emails and the little funny characters and all of that. So that's just one of the smaller things that we've done. We've also moved to making sure that every meeting that we have has an agenda, and that those meetings will say what time we start, and we start on time, and we end on time, and we go with those agendas. So we're doing really well on process improvement. We have a long way to go on a lot of that, but we're looking at processes of everything that we do, how we register students, how they find us, and there are a lot of things that go into the process improvement piece. Tim Marshall was just reporting to us, I guess on Tuesday, about a Google app that we are about to have, a Google map, so a student could get walking directions, get out of your car, punch where you are, and it'll walk you straight to the building. So there are a lot of things that we're doing with that. Develop a comprehensive professional development program for all employees. We have our objective, and again, as far as the schedule and the overall, I think those both should be yellow. Dr. Coronado is here, along with Dr. Day is in the room or not, but they're working very closely together. The professional development program includes all employees, including faculty, staff, administrators, and all, and so we have a really good program already underway on that. And then to revise and execute a comprehensive marketing plan. We have a schedule for it. Our objectives, I thought, had been done. Perhaps they haven't been done so far, but we are moving on that work, and you will hear a report from our marketing staff, I don't know, perhaps in the next month, maybe the next 2 months, but it'll be an overall comprehensive marketing plan where we look at everything that we do. And a major part of the marketing plan will be branding as well. How do we brand the institution? How do we use our logo? When may we put something on the in the area of the logo, and when may we not do that? We don't change the color of the logo. If we're going to use black and white, it should look a certain way. So there are all kinds of standards. I think the CALT members have seen those standards. I'm not sure if they've seen them or not. I have seen them. I'm not sure where they are. But those standards will be given to every employee in the district. And when I say given to everybody, we are as green as we can be, and we're going to be greener than we are. We have a decision that we've all made to put everything on our website. And one of the things you'll hear about our internal marketing plan, we are going to develop an intranet so that much of what you see on the homepage and what you can get to from the homepage as a visitor will go away. We have a number of items that really should be used for internal purposes only. And one of the problems that has been identified by our marketing consultant is that our homepage and the 2 or 3 clicks away are much too crowded with things. The general public doesn't care about those things, but it also, having those things on the website makes the general public have to work harder to find what they need. So we're developing an intranet for our internal employees on that. Also on goal 3.6, to update the systematic process used to assess and improve administrative and education support services units and implement revisions. And actually, a lot of work has been done on that with Dr. David Wells and the campus presidents. We've done some work from the administrative side as well. That's still white because we haven't formalized it, but a lot of work is already underway with that. One of the things I reported to you in my mid-year report was some of the things that have been done with the uniform staffing in various areas, uniform staffing in laboratories, uniform staffing in areas like the registrar's office or the financial aid office, and where we're looking at the number of students served and the number of support staff that we need to serve those, and trying to make sure that each campus has equity in those areas. 3.7, develop increased opportunities for collaboration and service to the community. We have a white on the objective because we haven't really verbalized that to the extent that we need to. We have developed a schedule, and we're working on our overall objective. We've done quite a few things in the last year to increase opportunities for collaboration and service to the community. We've signed a number of articulation agreements that are going to be really good for our students. We had a really nice signing June the 13th, 14th, somewhere along there, with Tarleton State University. They brought a large contingent of people over, and we had a nice large contingent here. And I wasn't able to be here for that, but I met with the president this morning of Tarleton State University again, and he asked me to pass on his thanks, Dr. Wells, Dr. Fulkerson, and all the rest of you who were there to support them and with that assignment. We're also working very closely with Fort Worth ISD and the other ISDs in the county. We're working with economic development arms in Arlington, in Fort Worth, in the Northeast. We're working with Rotary clubs. So we're doing a lot of things to increase our collaboration and service to the community. 3.8 is to enhance employee engagement and satisfaction. We get all greens there. Overall, we're on target to make that work. And 3.9, to develop and implement an emergency management plan. We actually have an emergency management plan already. It's been developed for quite some time. We are upgrading that plan, and so we're all yellow on that. But you'll be hearing some more about the emergency management plan as we move forward. Those are all of the strategies that we have for the 3 goals. Are there any questions or comments on any of those?
Chancellor, we both were at a workshop in New York, and there was a marketing manager there. It's a different kind of college, but he discussed, quote, campaigns, end quote, which to expand the public awareness of the college. Does our external marketing plan have some plans for that kind of thing that you know of? You follow me? I think we've discussed many times, one of the things, the public really doesn't know what good we do in getting the word out. We've talked about this a lot. I just thought you might have some observations on the external plan on this.
Well, that's a part of what we're looking at now. As a matter of fact, I brought material back from that
Yes,
session in New York. The staff teases me all the time about, we don't want you to leave and go out of town because you bring us too much back, you send us emails, you call us all time of the night, you get these great, I was in Orlando, Florida last week, I came right back and I asked Tim, Marshall, have you ever heard of such and such a thing? Because I saw this, and I said, I think it would be really wonderful for our strategic plan, where it's an automated process where this red, yellow, and green can be automated, and we can keep up with it. We can put it on the website. Everybody can see it, and it can be a moving target. It could be updated any day that we want. Absolutely, Mr. Greenhill. I brought all that information back, and my first word was, well, why can't we do this? So, yes, sir, that's a part of the mix that we're looking at right now.
I think a couple of us encouraged you to bring some of that back, too, so it's not just your fault.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You certainly did. And interestingly, the gentleman who made the presentation I talked with after the session was over, I was so impressed, as I think everybody was, and I asked him about, did he ever get to this area? And coincidentally, he has a sister who lives in Benbrook. So I said, the next time you come for a visit with your sister, let me pick your brains for free. And he agreed. So I'm going to follow up with him and make sure that he hasn't forgotten the offer that he extended. Any other questions or comments or concerns? I will say again, the staff has been working extremely hard on all of the goals as well as the strategies that we have under those goals, and we're pleased with the progress that we have made so far. Very pleased.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
And now we're going to hear a very detailed report from Boca Powell on real estate, facilities, institutional planning, and within those things you'll see facilities assessment, the growth patterns, the space utilization, the completed and ongoing projects. I asked, Nina Petty had designed or had prepared a PowerPoint presentation for you on things like the real estate holdings that we have, the things that we've done this past year, and we folded all of those into Tom Dwyer's presentation, and I think you will see why as we go along. Tom is here with some other members of his staff, and Tom, we've been very pleased with the work you've done for us and the kind of cooperation that you've given when I gave you a hard time. I gave them a hard time a number of times. What are y'all doing? What is this, you know? How is this going to end up? I was on them constantly, and they kept telling me, just give us another minute, give us another minute, and they were right. So I'm glad I had patience because it has turned out extremely well. So, Tom, it's all yours. Welcome.
Madam Chancellor, thank you. Mr. Greenhill, board members, I'm going to tell you two things that I think are kind of interesting. First, I want to introduce my team. Stacy Gannett from San Antonio, who is with Facilities Programming, has done an awful lot of the utilization work and space planning work that we've been doing as part of this entire process. And then Brooks Powell is here to keep me totally clean from the standpoint of presentations and making sure that everything works. And Jackie Mackey, who is not on my team but has been a little bit helpful to this whole process, along with everybody that you have here with you. The last time I was here, and I just did it again, Vanessa sent me, who is my right hand in terms of the project management of this project, had sent me the link to the presentation that I made last time, which was about 10 minutes long. 15 minutes long, and I was watching it, and it's rare that you get a chance to do that. I mean, those of us who present a lot, you know, we think we're so good at it, we just forget about it. And I watched that thing, and I didn't realize how many times I scratched my nose during a presentation. It is unbelievable. And I sat there, and my wife started getting all over me about it, and so anyway. Let me start by saying that we are just excited about being here, and I'm going to try to keep my hands in my pockets so I don't scratch my nose. I'm really responsible for a few of the reds up there, and part of that is because of the foresight, I think, that Nina Petty and Dr. Wells had in terms of how to integrate a strategic, or sort of integrating the academic plan with certainly the facilities plan. So I want you to know two things about that. One is it's never been really done before. And it's sort of a new way to look at yourself. It's a new way to look at the way you approach your business and the way you approach your students in your school, and how you basically can apply a lot of the things that you've learned over time. And essentially, when that vision came out, along with Vision, the 2015 Vision and Achieving the Dream, the thing that really happened was it really changed the way you think. And we are the benefactor of that because you've given us an opportunity to really spend the time that we had. Last time we had 10 minutes to talk about 9 months worth of work. I think you gave us 15 today, so I really appreciate that.
Longer than that.
That's right.
Longer than that.
We have, it's quite an awful lot of information to digest. No one here would expect you to digest everything. I would love for this to be interactive so that we can talk and have questions and dialogue and so on and so forth throughout the whole process. But the key here is the breadth of everything we've done to get everybody on the same page, and then to understand essentially how you want to move forward with your mission. The mission, the vision, and achieving the dream, and this is where Jackie helped us out a lot. I also have a tendency to wander. I apologize. I'm going to end up having to put the portable mic on in a minute. But we began to go through the process and realize that we really didn't have a very strong graphic or a very strong connector to all the things that we were doing, but yet we all saw in the vision about the things that we were doing and how it all connected up. And what became important was being able to address how achieving the dream, the mission, and the vision sort of came together, and how it constantly interacted in the process. And what it was really all about was how you steward all the relationships that you have, all the resources that you have, and all the things that you can apply to student success. And so when we started to look at how those principles all wanted to work together, it was really about being able to manage that, being able to integrate how those things came together. And so when we looked at Tarrant County, there's a couple of things I think that are really important, and some of you have already seen some of this. I wanted everyone to see it because it's very, very important. Tarrant County is one of the fastest growing counties in the United States. And between now and 2030, not 2020, but 2030, you will have an additional 800,000 households in this community. Now, granted, many of us won't care about it about that period of time, me probably being one of them. I hope I'm out on a sailboat somewhere. But there is a reality to the fact that that 800,000 will also produce 470,000 additional jobs. So when you really look at that, how does that affect your core, your workforce, your continuing education, your developmental, and certainly your distance learning? Because all of those things will be affected by the way you work. So if you were to look at Tarrant County in the future, you're going to see a lot of things that we're very blessed in Texas to have so much land. But there is a reality to the fact that you can't continue to sprawl out. So there's going to be an awful lot of densification to your cities. And that densification will come not only just in the areas of what we're perceiving to be the downtown areas, but there will be areas or townships that will basically have to densify also. And with that amount of people, with that densification, will come different things. And we started to take a look at, that's not a condominium, that is vertical farming. And vertical farming is something that futurists are talking about in terms of being able to take a small amount of land and verticalize it much like you would a condominium. And the reason for that twofold. One, think about this. If you had that in your backyard, you would have access to fresh vegetables, fresh fruit, organically grown things, and all of that needs a distribution system. But if you're vertical and if you're tightly dense, the distribution system is a part of that. And so reality is you're looking at the future of not only Tarrant County, but a lot of other things. So we also started to look at what other industries are going to change in the future and how those changes actually would affect the way you as an institution want to sort of incorporate that change. So that some of these are kind of fun, but there is a reality to the fact that power grids are going to change dramatically in the future. We are not going to have these big national power grids. We're going to have people to take those big national power grids down, and we are going to have, and basically create microgrids so that energy is being distributed in a smaller environment. It's better for the security of the country, and it's certainly better for the towns and townships that are dealing with this, so these large grids or large brownouts don't take place. As we also talk about automobile transportation, driverless cars. I'll end with that in a second, but the interesting thing about that is those of you that have to mess with driving, I mean, how many of us would just love to sit in the back seat and let somebody else do it? Well, the reality of that is that is actually going on today. As we all know, Google has created something. I'll show you a slide here in a second. Education, a lot more courseware will be developed. Millions of courses will be done online. It doesn't mean that you don't have the service industry that you'll still create to support those people, but at the same point in time, an awful lot of that will be done online. Stereolithography is another thing that I think is very interesting, and when you're looking at, these are just a few of the things that we will see in the industry as we grow. Stereolithography, I'll show you a little slide here in a minute also that has some interesting things about that. You know, it's better to be lucky than smart. When we were going out to Elva's campus, the first day we were presenting some of the information, Northwest was the first campus that we went to. The day we were there, that was the headline in the USA Today, and they were talking about how the state of Nevada has given Google its first license for driverless cars. So now I wanted to think about all the times we're going to Texas Stadium and there's hundreds and hundreds of cars in front of us, and all of a sudden everybody's in step and we all get there on time. We're out in California and everybody's in step and we all get there on time. And the chancellor is in the back seat taking notes. So what's really important that the other thing that is really interesting is that Volvo has basically done exactly the driverless car thing in a busy motor highway, as you see there, but they did it with a chain of cars, with the very first car being driven by a human being, and the rest basically were all driverless. So the reality of that is, as you start to, we all do silly things when we drive. I heard today there was an interesting comment about if you would just simply use your cruise control and turn your car off when you're going to idle for more than a minute, you'll save 33% of your gas. Interesting comment, but there's a reality to these things in the future and how we will have savings associated with stuff. I want you to watch this. This is really what the future looks like in 2030. The relevance of that to where you're going to be changing the way you interact with workforce, with teaching, with promotions, and with the ability to, even your core work is going to change because of these things. To me, the most interesting comment that came out of the last part of this was on the healthcare side was that what if that entire stereolithography piece that you just saw, which was between China and the United States, what if that were actually the teaching mannequins that were at the home of the person taking distance learning at that point in time? I mean, think about the way we've got to do things to support that in the future. And with that, Stacy's going to join us, and we're going to fight over the mic.
Thanks, Tom. Apparently he got all of the flashy animations and movies, and I pulled the short straw today, and I get all the maps and the numbers. So I'll just have to try and be as entertaining as possible. I don't think you'll be bored for long, because what we are here to talk about in this part of the presentation is the implications of the growth that you guys, Tom talked a little about what's happening in Tarrant County. We've been looking at how that's going to affect Tarrant County Community College and each of the campuses. You guys have experienced a sensational amount of growth in the last decade. I think one of the issues that's being grappled with tonight is how to take these small little, what did you used to call yourself before you rebranded? The TCJC feel of these small campuses that are still maintain the friendliness, almost like Fort Worth itself, friendly small town feel. Fort Worth is not a small town anymore, and that's what we're dealing with. Look at the number at the bottom. We're looking at, by 2020, over 100,000 students across the district. And I know that sounds insane, but we've actually taken a fairly conservative approach when we've done your enrollment projections, because you are in the perfect storm for growth, really. You have already doubled your capture rates. When I say capture rates or penetration rates, whatever you want to call it, that's the percentage of students that you pull from your local your population here in Tarrant County. You started out the year 2000 at just under 3% unduplicated students that you were capturing across your 18 to 64 population. And now, I can make this interactive. Who wants to give a guess what your penetration rate is now? Anybody? Anybody? Well, it's gone up by nearly 50%. You're now sitting there capturing 4% roughly of what's out there. And to be honest, is there really any end in sight? So that's kind of what we're here to talk about. You can see some of the campuses are growing even more significantly than others. We have another slide. I don't know if it made the cut for tonight because I've been told to be brief.
I'm sorry, this is the 2030 number, this is the 2020 number.
2020.
So if you could see where the growth has been occurring across your district in the pockets, you'll see that the projections mimic that growth, with the two campuses that are coming out of the gate with the strongest growth projected for them to be the southeast and the northwest campus. And of course, anybody who's been in those areas can see the construction and the boom that's going on in those areas. And so it's no surprise that, look at that, across the board, almost all of your campuses will be breaking through the 20,000 mark. And that there's a big difference in a campus as it's been growing. You guys have been adding space as a district. You opened the Trinity River campus, but I would argue that actually that has increased your penetration rates into areas instead of drawing away from your numbers. Obviously, your numbers didn't go down at any of your other campuses when that happened. So you're now getting even more students in there. So Trinity River is additional space, but there's additional demand associated with that new space that's come online. And the space that you have been adding has not been keeping in step with the students that have been coming, and there's more in where that's about to come. And we'll get to each of those campuses individually in just a second. Does anybody have any? Just jump in here, because he's got about 80 more slides to go. If you wait till the end, well, it'll be a while. So that's where we're at. That's a summary of current enrollment, 50,000. It seems like a lot, but if I remind you where you were back in the year 2000, you know, does anybody remember? We're looking at, it's in line with the same type of growth that you have experienced over the last decade. So we're not projecting anything different than what you've already been going through, but somehow this is the, and I have to take it personally, I use this in the Celt. Has anybody been parenting teenagers? I have a couple of in my house. One of them is just turned 16 years old. He's 6'4", 280 pounds. He has no comprehension of how large he is. Mr. Greenhill mentioned earlier, does Tarrant County public understand our presence? I wonder if, to some extent, if Tarrant County College understands how big they are and how big they're about to get, because it's that awkward stage of teenagerdom where you have done a great job. The future that's ahead is amazing and ripe with potential and opportunities, but you know, there is some growth that needs to happen to accommodate that type of thing. And that's what we're here to talk about tonight. What's the plan for the future? So this is how a lot of our students learn today. I'm grateful to say I wasn't around a few hundred years ago, but wow, my gosh, some things hardly ever change, do they? You know, I'd like to think that the disruptive change of technology that's out there is probably going to be doing something to finally get something different along those lines. And so with that in mind, we have been trying to develop an institutional plan as far as the space goes and the space projections and the planning that is going to do something to take us into the future with significant changes with those in mind. And Tom's going to jump back in here and talk about some of the things that we've been looking at.
Let me interrupt.
Oh,
just
of course,
a minute.
ma'am.
Go back to the slide TCCD in 2020 where you indicate that the current enrollment is 50,000. That's credit students only. And I think
you are
need
correct.
Close to
to-
80,000 with the
Yes.
those
It's
are not all the
almost-
people that you're
right.
serving in the the
Exactly.
county by far. A very, very valid point. We can only really kind of capture to a certain extent the contact hours that we're delivering to credit students at this point. And some of those that are outside, there's a significant portion of usage that the campuses get from other activities, including all of the continuing ed, which is a huge portion of what we've also been looking at.
And workforce training, which occurs off-site many times.
All of the continuing ed things.
One of the things we understand that, and all the planning that we're doing includes that. It's just that when it comes to talking about pure enrollment, things like that, we have to stick with the number we have to stick with. But I will say that there is an awful lot of discussion about how continuing education is done, how developmental learning needs to be done, and that's kind of what we're going to be going through here. The joke of this slide, honestly, is the fact that you still find people talking in the back of class, and you still find people falling asleep in class. And here we are, 600 years later, and we're still having the same issues. Teaching in and of itself is important as anything we can do to help our younger folks, as well as how to retrain a lot of the people that are coming back. So the Vision 2015 and development of the academic and the real estate plan, in pushing those together, it created really more of an institutional planning process. And I remember the meeting that Dr. Wells and Joy Black and Nina were in. We were talking about this, and Dr. Wells sat there and he just said, we're really developing an institutional plan. And it's bigger than either one of the academic plan and the real estate plan. It is something that sort of is a guiding light for the future of your organization. So what we've done is we've taken a look at this from an organizational structure, an academic structure, and as well as an environmental structure, but it's all surrounded by a strategic structure that basically allows the strategy to move forward and gives you tools to work with down the road, inclusive of many, many, many of your people. So what is institutional planning? It is basically creating a foundation, and we've done an awful lot of interviews, and we've talked to, had a lot of campus discussions. You will see numbers up here, and you'll hear some things from those discussions. But we have talked to well over 2,000 people on this campus in terms of being able to integrate their ideas and thoughts and words and so forth multiple times. I personally probably have done over 100 interviews of individuals. The key concepts that came out of that dealt with not only the ideas of your senior management, but also all the way down to students. I remember one of the students that we were talking to Tahiti on your campus. We just went out into the cafeteria and picked up 3 students and sat down and just talked to them. And one of them made a comment to Terry Haydick, who's also a part of the team here. He's our educational expert. And that person said to Terry, he said, my responsibility now is to make sure I get through here. It's not my parents' responsibility. It's not the teacher's responsibility. It's my responsibility. And this was unsolicited. It was just so, I just say, you all are doing everything right. It's just now a matter of how do we help that process and how do we move it forward. So there's a lot of concepts that will come out. Things that deal with student engagement, things that deal with student success, things that deal with the way emerging programs will work and how they get tested and piloted and programmed and implemented. The facility master plans are underway. We've decided to do those in a charrette process, which is just very lively, very interactive, and you'll see some slides. All the presidents are here. You can ask them about the process that each of their campuses have gone through. We're about to go back through the second round of this, and you'll see some of the work that we've done there. So really, as the chancellor said, we have gotten to the point where we're very close to finishing the process. And what's really important is that we don't finish it, hand you the book, and you say thank you, put it on the shelf, and walk away. That's just not the way it's going to work this time. We are going to give you a process. We're going to give you implementation processes. We're going to give you the things to kind of make the organization look at itself in a new way. So it's a culture changer in terms of the process. So some of the inputs that we had is I liken these to the fact that the last one is the chancellor's. And I'm not picking on you, but somebody mentioned to us that you had too many meetings and not enough time. So it was one of those things that we heard. But everything we talked to and all the people that we talked to in part of these interviews were very excited about the opportunities, very excited about the learning environments that they're seeing, very excited about learning how to deal. And this is basically many of the responses that we got from not only your students but your faculty.
Tarrant County College District's Vision 2015 established a set of goals for the future. The district is committed to student success as part of the Achieving the Dream initiative. To understand how to reach these goals, we asked members of the TCC community to share your vision. A series of themes for improving student learning and success emerged through student feedback and responses from faculty and staff. We asked, how do students learn best? Students told us they like to work in an on-campus library, in quiet areas, at home, alone, or with friends.
I like to study outside, like at the patio at the Trinity River campus or outside on the patio at Starbucks.
Faculty and staff said students benefit from interactive learning, personal motivation, a variety of teaching methods, practical applications, and a supportive learning environment.
I would say more hands-on, because if a teacher's just talking, I'm not listening. If they're actually talking to me and they're working with me and I see what they're doing, I prefer more of that.
Next, we asked, what barriers and challenges stand in the way of student learning? Students said they were stressed about tests and deadlines, time management, financial hardship, and professors' teaching methods.
And this is the cheapest way I can get my diploma, by getting my basics and then going off somewhere else.
Faculty and staff told us they saw students struggle with personal responsibilities, financial hardship, college preparation and motivation, and accessibility and transportation to school.
I know stuff's going to come up with work hours, but the one thing you have to do is stay in school, because in the end it's all going to work out, you know?
Finally, we wanted to know, what most impacts student learning? Outstanding professors, peer interaction, mentors and tutors, goal setting and accountability, and technology all impacted students' learning experiences.
A lot of the teachers will usually be willing to help you, during office hours.
Faculty and staff reported that professor-student engagement, a collegiate environment, access to resources, and faculty-staff advisors were major factors in student success.
Just the amount of resources that they have available to you, that they're easy to miss. But you just got to ask the right people about them. They're really helpful.
We also asked faculty and staff where TCC should be going from an academic and program perspective. They said TCC should focus on community needs for job skills and training, institute higher standards for faculty leadership, embrace technology and social media, expand developmental course offerings, emphasize technical training, encourage students to use resources, and implement and enforce course prerequisites. We want to hear your feedback. Please visit tccd.edu/shareyourvision to sound off. Thank you for your participation and for sharing your vision for Tarrant County College.
One thing I really want to stress about this is that the interviews that we did were one-on-one, and the survey that we did was pretty much online, and we went out and captured 1,000 responses in under 2 weeks. That's a pretty incredible number. I was speaking with Angela Ariano from SESI, and she said, how many? And I told her, and she said, how many? And I told her. And the bottom line is that your students and your faculty were very engaged in this process, and they're very interested in giving us feedback and wanting to make sure that we basically had their vision as part of this. It's very important for our process, as well as very important for you to know that we have talked to an awful lot of your folks. The other good thing about this is I really think this is a tool that ought to be developed and done yearly, so that you can go out and get your input from these people. It's a very simple survey. It was very easy to do. We have sliced and diced all the information. We've gone through and looked at every word that was written and categorized this, so that the information now, if someone were to say textbooks, well, we've got all the comments that were associated with textbooks. It's economics, we have all the comments about economics. Somebody says child care, we've got all the comments about child care. So the reality of that is we have 1,000 responses that have all been basically now categorized within our stuff and your stuff, so that we can all look up and see what's happening. Well, this probably doesn't want to work that way. Can you go back, Brooks, to the... Now you know why I brought Brooks. He told me not to press hard on this thing, and I couldn't do it. But anyway, there we go. The input that we received, we also brought in some very, very, very intelligent people who are futurists. And we sat and we had a lot of meetings with them, and went through a couple of meetings with many, many members of your team. And essentially what we found was that learning has to inspire people, motivate people, engage, be accessible, relevant, diversity, supportive, all the things that was really important to how deep learning worked in the process. And deep learning, basically, we then started to look at how that turned out in terms of using the word immersed. But brain researchers agreed with us that learning environments must promote deep learning and be flexible. The reason I like the word flexible is primarily because it means I have a lot of choices in the way I teach. I have a lot of choices in the number of students that could fill a classroom. I have a number of choices of the way I set that classroom up. So it became imperative to us to look at how we promoted then that information into the environments of learning. And essentially, each learning environment, we realized, needs to be sort of shaped by the experience, so that when you think of the way you learn, there was the old joke, I learned everything I know in basically kindergarten. A lot of interaction takes place in that process, and a lot of interaction is what we were encouraged to see and do. So the future of teaching, as we saw it and as we heard from many people, were that we're now teaching the Googled learner. You have many of your library folks. See, I'm scratching my nose again. I got to put my hand in my pocket. The Googled learner is a person who knows how to do research online very rapidly, and you have a course that you teach that's you almost have to what's the word I'm looking for? Incentivize the student to take the course because they don't understand what the course is. But what you find, and I want to do this as soon as I get through with all this stuff, was that your librarians are teaching people how to use the internet to search. And in the 10 hours, I think, that class is, at the end of that class, the person leaving says, you know what, you've just saved me an enormous amount of time. Well, that's one thing, but what you've done is given me confidence. And confidence is something that is necessary in order to succeed. I am now confident I can find the information and deliver the information that I need, that I'm looking for. So the Google learner is someone that's coming to you and will continue to come to you in the future. There's going to be more diversity, as we all know. The diversity is even more apparent, I think, in the community college level. We will prepare learners to compete for jobs that are in a global marketplace. Tarrant County College has relationships that stretch the world right now. Recently, you've had the delegation from China here. And so you're working in a global marketplace, so we have to prepare them to compete in that marketplace. Students will monitor their own learning. You'll hear a little bit later about the Emporium model, which has a lot to do with students moving forward with student mentors, not just the lecturer or the faculty member or TAs, that there'll be a lot of people helping and collaborating to get through the process. And then essentially the teaching needs of communities. One of the things that I think is really interesting is, wouldn't it be fun to take an art history class where you're teaching art and history and you're bringing those two courses together for double the credit? So, I mean, there's an awful lot of things that can do. So how are you going to adjust to all this stuff? Well, remember we talked about using a strategic initiative that surrounds the organizational and academic and environmental planning that we were doing, but it's really the institutional plan. We believe that a lot of your environments are going to change from being the formal classroom style of environment to many more flexible learning environments, more informal spaces. So what we're saying is that your transition is going to require you to bridge the time that you're going to take to go forward to get to that 115,000 students, and you're going to need a lot of flexibility in order to do that. It's very difficult to just say, I'm going to go build for that. And we understand that, and what we have to do is first realize that we have a lot of space that we own, and we have a lot of space that we need to repurpose, and we have a lot of space that's going to turn out to be more flexible for us in the future. The graph that you see is basically the top line is the informal spaces that exist on each campus, and the bottom line is the more formal being classrooms, things like that. What you notice is that everyone loves Trinity River, and there's a reason for that. It's got twice as much informal space for students to collaborate and work together on than any of your other campuses. So we first have to get to that benchmark in order to find more of this informal space for students to succeed from. So what happens to this space? If you take a look at this, this is a lot of the space that you see at Trinity River, but why don't we make that space usable? Why don't we frost the windows so that I can write on them, so that I can sit there and talk to and work with my other fellow students basically in these informal learning spaces. So we looked at different ways to adapt the bridging the flexibility. This is actually 2 classrooms on your Northwest campus. We said, what would we do if we had the opportunity to take these environments and really create some flexibility for them? So we did 2 things. The one on the left, as you're looking at it, and the one on the right, we used the one on the left to create different learning environments so that the faculty member could actually stand in the center of the room and rearrange the room any way they wanted to teach any particular course that they wanted to. The one on the right, basically, we said, well, what about if we just use that as informal learning spaces to show people what those spaces really could do and how you would adapt to that. And then we got this great idea that said, well, what if we started changing the way we use the rooms to where we could create more flexibility within the room, to where we actually had different setups in the room so that you could have breakout places and locations to actually teach other courses. And then what if we took that same 2 classrooms and made 3 out of it? Because just 2 of the classes only really required 20 people, and then the other one required 50. So instead of having 2 classrooms that were sort of set to do 40, but I only had 25 in them, we actually created 3 classrooms within that environment to where we could create more spaces for people to learn and work within, or breakout space in terms of the education. The Emporium model, Stacy's going to talk a little about this in a second, but I mean the Emporium model is something you've heard about. This is actually your South Campus. Essentially, we took some areas of the South Campus and we looked at how we could develop the math Emporium models that are going to be distributed across all of the campuses as part of your institutional initiative. And essentially, these Emporium models are beginning to be used all over in community colleges, especially at the developmental learning areas, to try and encourage greater participation. And the one I'm about to show you is one that Stacy actually designed, and you need to talk about this one.
Well, Austin Community College has recently purchased the Highland Mall. You may well be aware of that, and we had the privilege of working with them recently. And it really reflects what's going on in what it was the former J.C. Penney's. Part of that, the upper level, will be swing space for some of their master plan items that are going to be coming online, hopefully, pending a successful bond issue, which is something that you guys are gratefully you don't have to go through regularly, so that's good. But the other floor is really dedicated to this new delivery method of learning, which takes the teacher from being, if I can borrow it from the website, the sage on the stage, and converts them into the tutor in the trenches. And this is a test fit that we did, not a floor plan, which shows you how you can relate that space. This is actually, the intention is to create a 500-seat Emporium, and it is, while the focus in the first instance is on all of the developmental areas, reading, writing, math, because the intention is that they can break out into small classrooms, provide some of the contact hours in a traditional setting, then more as a coaching, and then develop a plan with the software as a supporting mechanism to create an individual path for each one of those students. And that's what's exciting about this particular learning method, is that everybody works at their pace and in their comfort zone where they feel comfortable and confident. And it is the intention that eventually this kind of learning method would be deployed across other science can do a lot along this line, the other math courses, English, history, and government, and so on. And I can go on and on all night just on this topic, and I won't, but if anybody has any further questions, I'm available.
I have a question. When you go through this concept, back in the day, there was an experiment that I can recall. My old high school was built there was a new high school, and it was called the open classroom concept. And it failed, I think. I'm not sure, but the classrooms in Austin High School were rebuilt into classrooms. Is this similar to that, or
This one hinges on the technology aspect is very important, but it's not trying to take the technology and replicate the teacher. That's for sure. I think that what they didn't have back then is the capability to kind of develop a teaching mechanism. The idea in that was that a teacher would be able to individually teach to every single one of those people. That's really very, very difficult to do without having the software that's available right now. You guys are using several different types of softwares for your math programs right now. One of them is My Math Lab. That's a Pearson product. The other one is Alex. The Alex program, there's lots of them, but the Khan Academy is developing its own that will hopefully be open source freeware. But this is not open. It is very regulated. It is, you're inside each one of those, I called them pods. You have at least 3 or 4 instructors that hopefully are actually not sitting down at their desk, but constantly roving. It has got real-time updates. I envision an iPad, a tablet in somebody's hand who is monitoring their group of 25, 30 students all the time so that they intervene. The intervention occurs when they start to see a slowdown, not after somebody has hit the wall. And that's the difference between what did happen and what's happening now, is that you didn't have the technology to get in there and kind of you didn't know somebody was frustrated 10, 15 years ago until they were actually about in tears and frustrated. And it's a physiological response that the neuroscientists are starting to document and starting to realize the importance of, if I'm going to use somebody I know is getting their PhD in the self-efficacy surrounding, learning, particularly math. And I think this is what it enables every single person to come in and feel confident where they're at and tailor make their curriculum around it. And the most important thing about it, in my mind, is that it provides an opportunity. You're not just passively giving the contact hours to the software. What it allows you to do is, and I used to teach developmental math for a while, it allows the teachers to spend more contact hours exactly when and where in a targeted method to each of those students. The idea is not to replace the teaching and the contact hours with the software, but to actually be able to deploy the contact hours in exactly the time that they need to be done, so that you become much more strategic about your contact hours. And because you're more efficient with the contact hours you're providing, you can provide more of them. So I think that's probably the difference. And the software is finally just now coming up to that point where it's starting to, I know in My Math Lab, I would say there are some excellent programs around. Recently, one of my sons started to interact with Alex. I just found out that the Air Force Academy recommends it. And Alex has been, it's how you take it, every single one of us would take it, we'd all be at a different level, and it self-adjusts question by question, which is a remarkable power that we've never, ever had before. So I told you I could go on and on, so I'll stop now. Sorry about that.
That's all right. The other thing that I think is really important about this is a 500-seat emporium that is being developed for Austin Community College. They think it's going to only handle half of their students that need it. They are still developing 100-unit emporiums on each of their other campuses. So your stretch in terms of your ability now we talked about developing the 50 units for each of your campuses, probably to grow even larger at some point, does not say that at some point you wouldn't be thinking about something like this as part of your future. They're going to operate this 24/7, 365, because they can with the software. So it's pretty amazing. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure you made it clear that this is a district emporium for Austin that would be accessible to anybody who wanted to use it 24/7.
Right.
In addition to what they'll do on the campuses.
Yes, and the thing about it, this is a district initiative. This is not going to be a part of any one campus. This is really the whole. That's why they bought the mall, basically, is to go through that. And to repurpose these large boxes is something that's really important. And I know that, I almost wish we'd been doing this 3 years ago, because there were probably more of them out there. But when you look at the old Walmarts or the old Pennies or the old Target stores, that have been moved because they're no longer in an area, many times that's the area you all want to be in. And so there's a tremendous opportunity that we must constantly look for, because this is really what the future of much of your developmental learning is going to be.
I should just jump in that the Emporium is only a small piece of what's going on here down here as well. What we also wanted to put in there, and I think that the Student Success and Support Services, which is what it's called, has decided that they want to decentralize some of their student services down there. So it's a full spectrum. There's also space down there for a nonprofit that works. Have you ever heard of Capital Idea? Capital Idea is going to have some space there to work with the students there. It's really, like you can see, 2 student support and success systems, 2 faculty suites, all of this other stuff. It's really meant to be all about supporting the students. So it's not just about going there and logging some hours on the computer. It's really about trying to get, we looked at this in some of the discussions about the Emporium model. 25% of your credit hours are in developmental math in particularly. Math is by far much larger. So those contact hours and those resources, I think this speaks to an initiative that puts the resources where they need to be, where you're actually spending the most time and energy delivering it. And I'll just add, too, that the people who've converted to the faculty that have converted to it have always said that once they go to this style of teaching where they get that more hands-on instruction, they can't imagine why they ever sat at the front and stood at the front and taught all those years. So it has been, the success speaks for itself, and we can provide further information on the studies that have been done if that's something of interest to anybody.
So what I wanted to stress, not only from this, but the initiatives that we're talking about up front here are really initiatives that are meant to improve district-wide many things across all of your campuses. They are not meant in any way, shape, or form to change the cultures of the existing campuses. It's important to realize that each of your campuses has a culture. Each of your campuses has a opportunity to expand that culture and to live within that culture and to grow within that culture. And we're not trying to make a change to that. We are trying to say that there are some things that make sense across all of those cultures at one time. This happens to be one of them in terms of the process. Another one is the initiative for centralizing student support. I liken this to how many times during the interview process I heard how important it was to get the student who is registering for school out of their car and to the front door, period. And I was sitting there thinking, well, is that because they don't know where they're going? Or is that because they're scared to go in there? Is that because they don't know what to expect? So we began to look at how some people call it sort of this one-stop shop. We kind of like to liken it to centralizing many of the support services that are required for you to be successful as a student, to get to sort of break through that process. And even as we've gone through this, and I realize these are bubble diagrams, but at the same point in time, we've actually, there is an awful lot of work that went behind this to determine let's take a 30,000 student population with 15 or 20% of them all coming in the last 10 days of registration. So that was the sizing of what we were taking a look at to see how we would flow those through. And we began to realize the most important person in this entire process was a person who would be at the front to triage the students and to triage the questions, because so many times, how many times have you stood in line and essentially sat there and wished that someone would just come up to you and say, this is all I need to do, but I really don't know if this is where I have to go. So you get to that front line after waiting an hour and a half, and somebody says, oh, you could have done that over there. So the reality is that we see the opportunity to create sort of a nice gathering place on each of the campuses and establish the support mechanisms for centralizing student support. You would have a triage reception area. There would be kiosks off that where you just had a simple thing to do. You could go get it and leave. Basically, you would have your testing center there. You would have back offices there. If your question became more complicated, you would get to the next level with someone who understood what you needed to do. Triage became very important to us at this point, so that the most important person in this room that could help someone is the person at the front, the most knowledgeable person, to listen and say, this is what you need to do, and essentially allow them to go through. And if it turns out to be somebody needed to sit down and have private counseling, then that would be the case, and we would do that. So the transition to sort of bridge the gap, to bring people in, to make sure they're there, to make sure we can help them succeed, is going to be centralizing support for students on each of the campuses. Another thing that we learned from our interviews was y'all take a long time to make decisions sometimes. And there are many things in your organization that have been bubbling around for an awful lot of time. And I would bet you that some things have actually been punted from board to board to board to board to board. And I just don't think that's healthy. I think you discourage innovation sometimes when that happens. I think many times you hear someone has a great idea and they bring it, and then all of a sudden it just keeps sort of sitting there. And essentially what happens to that great idea is it either gets old, or the person who owns that idea is just tired of trying to bring it forward. So we have talked about creating sort of an innovation forum on each of the campuses that was sort of a central triage point, again, for ideas. So you'd have initiative, basically central triage for students and student success and student centralization of support, as well as sort of the triage point for ideas that surround new things that could surround new things within each of the campuses. Ideas such as, I think we ought to have this program. How do I then get that program, and how do I move it forward? We'll explain a little more about how all this works here in a second. Let's get to the master planning process. Master planning, as you knew it before, was we took a look at buildings, and then we said these buildings are old and they need to be fixed, and these buildings are new and they're okay, and as Stacy ran her numbers, you need to build X. I just don't think that's the way to master plan. I think you have to really do what we're trying to do at this point, or what we are doing, which is integrating the academic components that you have with the initiatives that the organization would like to see followed, along with then also the actual facilities as they go on. The real estate holdings you have are enormous, and your real estate is, I think you're the second largest real estate owner in Tarrant County. Is that correct? It is amazing the amount of land you own and buildings and so forth. And so essentially we've looked at all of the real estate on all of the campuses for basically everything that you have. We've looked at your downtown spaces and how they basically need to be looked at and how they can grow, and I'll show you some of that on the Trinity River campus. We've looked at this building. And we've looked at and discussed what value is there in a building that this building has, and how and what we're going to do with it. So we've taken consideration of everything, including your opportunity center and the land holdings around the opportunity center. So every piece of real estate has been looked at, evaluated, and that includes all of your continuing education locations. You are an enormous operation. You should be really proud of yourselves for the number of people you serve and how you're serving those people. And now we're going to take you another step forward in terms of being able to develop and move forward onto with some of these new learning environments and things like that. We also took a look at your utilization, and that would be the amount of time that your classrooms are used in terms of what you're doing today. And you want to...
Yeah, that's...
Stacy gets all the charts.
I get all the bar charts. We looked outside the walls onto all the land and all the buildings, and then we also went through all of the spaces, all the classrooms, all the labs, looked at them, what they do. I'll be honest with you, right now, there are times of the day that you can go into some of your campuses and you'll say, well, we don't need any more space. Look at all these empty classrooms. But I think we also looked at those numbers I just showed you, so which show the growth that's on its way. So I'm about to tell you, you're about to fill up real quick. You'll be operating your facilities in a much more intensive way because we can't build you the new facilities that you need fast enough for you to be growing into them. And so we would like to target, and I just want to assure you that the planning that we're taking moving forward, we are using a metric of between 38 and 40 hours a week contact hours going on inside your classrooms across the average. And on each campus, we'll look at it and show you why those numbers are the way they are right now. One of the things that is going to be has been purchased and will be implemented, which will certainly help the classroom utilization and scheduling, will be the Ad Astra software. That will go to mechanize something that's currently being done independently and by hand on each one of the campuses. And it has optimization features that will allow the best and highest use of classrooms, pairing how people want to teach in the spaces that they want to teach in. And that's an ongoing process that's about to get started, and will take some time to seed that and get that off and running, but that will also help the utilization. So I believe we're starting with the South Campus, kicking it off. You have 12,000 students roughly at that campus, Dr. Jordan's campus, and 17. Wow, that's a very strong growth. But I'm here to tell you, this is the campus that's actually growing the least amongst your campuses. That's not to say that it isn't showing some strong growth that a lot of community colleges wouldn't like to see over the next few years. I'll just give you an overview before I start this one. That right now, across the campuses that we've looked at, you have roughly 3 million gross square foot of space. And we are proposing the first tranche of space that I'm proposing, because that's kind of the next immediate horizon, and Tom will go into it later, that you could actually set yourself up for getting new space online. I'm proposing that you should probably need about 50% more space by 2018. And of course, the CFO is now having a heart attack because, the cost associated with that is going to be substantial.
That's why we didn't give him a computer.
That's why he didn't get to see the presentation ahead of time. Just for comparisons, because I've also been working with another system right now, and a couple of other people have recently come from Lone Star Communities College system, that they have, and they're a lot larger than you, but you're heading to that size very quickly. They have roughly right now 6 million square foot of space for the students that they're looking at. So that, to put that into perspective, that's not outside of what other people are dealing with and looking at the moment. So he gets to do the outside of the buildings, I get to do the insides.
Just so you know, we wanted to look at not only the real estate, obviously, because there's an awful lot of opportunities because you own all this real estate, whether they're private-public partnerships that could evolve, whether they're public-public partnerships that could evolve. And I think it's important that you recognize that the good news is that some part of that densification that we're talking about is that you can't continue to kind of spread these campuses out. You're going to end up bringing some of that back together and having these campuses a little closer, a little denser, which gives you the opportunity to do things on the periphery of your campuses. The projects that were completed and then ongoing projects, I think the star of the South Campus obviously will be the new technology center that is being developed, and then there's an awful lot of other processes that are, a lot of other opportunities and projects that are going on the campus to basically continue to do the work that is necessary to create and foster additional student success. We took a look at each of the buildings on campus. And prior to the first round of the charrettes and the master planning, we had opinions that we developed. On the left, you're seeing actual buildings, and then below that, you see the color coding, which are the ones that have been renovated. The to be determined were what happens to that building after we listen to you a little better. We had opinions, but we wanted to hear more from you all. Same with the yellows. And then basically we identified where we thought the change could take place, and part of the change was due to pushing some of this densification in a little bit, going a little more vertical with some of the buildings on campus. We also looked at all the mechanical, electrical, plumbing renovation that was necessary in the process to basically keep the buildings working for you and moving them forward.
This is a pattern throughout the day, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Fridays are a little slow on all the campuses right now at this moment, although there are lots of plans to start the weekend colleges and other like I said, the dip that occurs in the afternoons, that trough, as you see some of the other campuses that are already had the explosive growth that's occurred recently, you'll see that trough get narrower and narrower in the afternoons by necessity. That's just the way it is. And I would predict that if you don't add more space, it will continue to shrink up so that it might just be a straight line. That's the chancellor's vision, that it's 100% straight across, 5 days a week, right there, 6 days a week, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So, but what this is telling you, that if you go to the campus, and we heard this when we were there during the shred, we need more space. Why? There's two reasons why. First of all, if you look at that, you are during your peak times on those 4 days a week. If you go through there, you can't find a classroom. It's near 100% full. And those are at the peak times. You guys are being very responsible in using your space, and it will fill up in the afternoons with the head count that's coming. The other thing that, when you say, at this particular campus, I'm at the moment projecting that you still need about 100,000 square foot of space by 2018. And you'll say, well, why, if we still have some more times that we can fill in the gaps? This is your oldest campus, and I think it best represents the difference between the feel at this campus and the feel at what we described at Trinity River with that other bar chart, which is there aren't any of those what we sometimes call sticky spaces outside the classrooms. Well, there are, but they've been self-created by people sticking themselves in hallways and sitting down. That's not exactly the most ideal situation for informal learning. And so we are making recommendations which really look outside of the classroom and how the classrooms are being utilized, and extending our recommendations to a lot of the student support spaces. All of your campuses were built before those types of things were really on anybody's radar. And those are the spaces that we really feel that are necessary moving forward. So,
one thing to look at, this is not an unusual chart for any community college, really for any college. The pieces that are interesting as you look through here, the days of the week against the time, as you see. So really what this is telling us is when your faculty wants to basically teach. Well, it's true. It's when they want to teach. And I think what's important is that we have provided tools for them to succeed in that. And at the same point in time, I think that the time that they're teaching, the time that is being taught inside here, we have got to figure out ways to improve on the volume. That's the one thing that's missing in a lot of the things that we're looking at, is that how do we take and improve the volume inside that curve so that your faculty can continue to teach when they feel it's best for them as well as for their students in terms of learning. The other thing that's important is you see your spikes in the afternoon. These spikes here in the afternoon are primarily a lot of your labs and a lot of the things that take place in the afternoon. And again, so if we're improving the number of classrooms, it doesn't mean that we have to not only just do that, we have got to improve naturally the laboratory space and things like that to be successful.
I'll just jump in here too, because when I'm asked by a lot of people, well, how much more classroom space do I need? And my first question out of my mouth is, well, how do you want to teach? Because that's really what's governing, and that's where this starts to this is becoming the academic planning that's been surrounding as we've gone out and talked to everybody. How is it that you want to teach? Because we want to make sure that you're not teaching just to the facilities that you have. We want the facilities to reflect how you want to teach, and that's how this has kind of developed into a lot of academic planning exercises, because we want to give the space to be flexible so that because that's what we're hearing, that people want to teach more flexibly in different ways and to different sizes. One of my clients currently is only, I said, well, what size is this class? Well, it's this size. Why is it that size? Is that the pedagogy that you've decided? No, that's the only classroom we have. We don't want to teach to that size. We'd rather teach to a larger size and break out into small groups, but we don't have the space to do that. So we want to make sure that the spaces that we're planning for are indicative of what the pedagogy is at each of the institutions that we're dealing with.
One of the things I wanted to ask is that, did you want to take a break at some time? 8 o'clock, okay, cool.
Let's talk real fast.
No, we'll just go through these. Essentially, the student count, head count that we talked about on the South Campus, you saw the earlier numbers. Again, that head count translates into square footage. The square footage translates into needs for additional, not only sticky spaces, and the reason we use sticky space as a terminology, it's really those informal learning centers and informal learning spaces to stick the student, to keep them on the campus primarily. So they find that if you can keep your student on the campus working and basically looking for things that relate to their classwork or their homework, working together with, collaborating with other students, they have a much higher chance to succeed in the program. We also took a look at how the master planning could take place. This is part of the first charrettes that we did, and looking at where new buildings could be placed. This is not the solution in any way, shape, or form. This were 3 or 4 ideas that we came up with, looking primarily at different levels of the way not only the inside spaces would work, but also how the outside spaces would connect. Because not only should these informal learning spaces be on the inside, but they should also be on the outside. And I think the best example, Larry, I think you have it on your campus, which is that chessboard that sits outside. Just sit someday when you're over there and watch students use that. It's absolutely amazing to watch the number of people working in that environment together, talking about stuff. And I just had a great afternoon there one day watching and enjoying the students. Northeast Campus, which we were just talking about, well known for its chessboard on the outside. Basically, the Northeast Campus, again, continues to grow. This has been a campus that has grown enormously in the past, and that whole growth area that goes up the corridor, which is now going northwest and southeast, Larry had the benefit of, basically, or the Northwest Campus had the benefit of, Northeast Campus, excuse me, had the benefit of over the last 10 or 15 years. That campus continues to grow, and it's also tremendous amount of not only square footage, but acreage that is available to it. And it's a very, very nicely laid out campus. It's basically got a lot of renovation going on. You know that there's a performing arts center that we've been talking about in that area, and as a part of that, the Emporium model that we're talking about is also going to be handling out there. So essentially, the 600,000 feet will grow primarily because of the additional student base. And so again, we looked at buildings and how those buildings could be used and how those buildings are going to work. This is all a part of an enormous amount of work that we've done. You are seeing just really sort of an eye blink of it in terms of what we've accomplished in this whole process. Again, as Stacy said earlier, you can see the way the campus is using its utilization and how that utilization is working primarily much like many of the other campuses that you saw. And again, there's no surprise here in terms of what we're seeing, other than the fact, again, we still are trying our best. The more flexibility we can give you in your learning environments, the more you'll be able to infill that curve with volume. So there's a way to look at not only how to address the utilization from a time and a day perspective, but also from a volume perspective, and we'll talk about that in the future a little bit. The head count is again moving, and as well as the square footage requirements that you'll be seeing on that campus. And we also sat down with Larry and his team and went through 5 additional options to take a look at how the campus can grow and how we can, again, sort of create a little density on the campus. And again, these are not completed in any way, shape, or form. We are still having another round of master planning that will be going on in terms of these charrettes, but this is sort of the start of it. And I'll show you at the end of this some of the conclusions that we actually came to. Northwest Campus, a massive growth to the northwest, and part of that certainly has to do with, I saw Tom in here, I think you're probably the culprit for a lot of that in terms of the growth of that corridor, Alliance Airport, the racetrack. There's just an enormous amount of stuff out there. The other thing is that you've created a great destination campus because of all the public work that gets taught out there in terms of the fire safety and your police. academy and so forth, and the firing range that's out there now also. So the growth of that campus will just continue to expand and will continue. And I know I'm missing programs, so Elva, don't get mad at me. But in terms of the program in and of itself, to me, it's the volume and the growth in that community that is going to actually proliferate the need for additional space. Again, you've got lots of land out there, and you also have that wonderful lake. And there's an awful lot of opportunity to see different ways for this campus to grow. And ways for it to continue to expand. Generally, you've seen many of the projects, a lot of infrastructure projects that are going out there. You've got the Alliance Aviation Center, obviously not on that campus, but that's under discussion in terms of where and what you're thinking about doing with that. Your math emporiums, your growth and your classroom growth, things that are necessary out there on that campus to basically continue to grow. I think it's a beautiful campus, and we had a lot of wonderful input from Elva and her team, primarily, again, when we started to look at the master planning. But we've identified where buildings are, basically the ones that we think we should adapt to, continue to grow. We've looked at the information that came out of that. Once again, you see a very similar curve that it's not unique in the industry. And primarily, I think the thing that I think is a little bit more unique is that this curve of 100% or 90+% utilization kind of stretches a little deeper into the hours of the day. And then the shorter period now in terms of the dip is caused by that. And again, a lot of that has to do with your labs and the way your utilization works. Headcount, as we said earlier, is going to continue to grow. And we were looking at different ways, very lively interaction with Elva and her team primarily to talk about different ways that the master planning would take place. And again, I'll show you here some of the conclusions that came out of the first round of charrettes. But we looked at where new buildings could work, how we wanted to face them, how they needed to interact with buildings on campus, how to create more outdoor space. I think you have one of the most incredible art exhibits in the community. I love, just every time I go out there, I just love sitting there, and I would like to also know, I didn't realize that Chihuly went to school there, but you know, there's an awful lot of those big steel structures that I think are pretty neat. So it's important for you to understand that the internal, external growth, the space, this growth is coming, and we're trying to make sure we understand where that growth could take place. We are not saying today you must build a building here. I'm just simply saying we're trying to figure out how that space should react in the future with a plan that will allow you to succeed in terms of the way that plan wants to grow in the future.
Can I just jump in and do the southeast bit for the beginning? Because at some point, Tom, later on, probably after the break, is going to start talking about his urgency model and some of the things that factor into it. And this particular campus, if you had to rank which one of your campuses is the most space-starved at the moment, one of the metrics I just use generally just to help me get a feel of how campuses feel is I take the gross square foot and I divide it by the head count. If you do that, and he did not pay me extra money to say this, this campus right now, he just said he wasn't going to tell you that they needed a building right now. And a lot of people say, you just got that science building. Guess what? It's full. I'm not just saying, this one, if you had to rack and stack them, at some point somebody's going to ask you to do that and rank the space needs based on what's coming down the pipeline. This one is already the most space-starved, and it's going to be experiencing some of the most significant growth in the district. And the two combined together it means that right here, right now, this is the one that is probably on the list. It's just ahead of Trinity River, which is at kind of a different breed compared to the others because of its location. But I just had to jump in there and say that. And I should also say you should be so grateful that you have lots of land at all of your campuses, because if you were landlocked at any of these, you would be in a real pickle. And so it's great that you have that resource. Again, lots of land. Projects that are ongoing, a lot of infrastructure projects, remodeling. The nice thing about the campus, I think, is that it's all connected.
The thing that's not nice about the campus is it's all connected. There's not a lot of outside space. There's not a lot of space that you can have for those sticky spaces. You don't see an awful lot of different colors on these because it's all connected. And essentially what we're trying to do now is work through how those are going to grow. Again, you've got a very similar curve in terms of utilization. Again, it stretches deeper into the day, and it will continue to do that. It's the more that these lines sort of intersect with 80 and 90, you've got real problems because of the way this works. The future headcount we talked about. The way the campuses will work and interact, we've talked about in terms of being able to look at where's future opportunities for the campus to grow and how it's going to grow in the future. Trinity River, once again, a great campus. You're going to see a lot of growth at Trinity River, both on the east as well as the west side. Again, less land. It's more dense. It's downtown. It really has to look, you need to be looking at vertical on these campuses, not on this campus primarily. In terms of its total acreage and the use of that acreage, there's plenty of opportunity to expand it. We happen to like vertical, and I think a lot of things about this campus can continue to grow and be good for you in the future. There's the Emergency Operations Center, there's Math Emporiums, there's a lot of opportunity. You have a lot of sticky space available already. And we've actually looked at the opposite in your case. We've looked at how some of that space could actually be looked at and used differently in terms of that. Again, your nursing, the nursing programs were brought over, your simulated hospital, all that will continue to grow in your new building. The buildings, again, when we looked at how each of them went through, we looked at, by the way, we've looked at every classroom, we've looked at every space on campus, we've looked at all the technology in every classroom, number of seats. I could go on and on and on in terms of the ability. Again, we've looked at how the utilization works on that campus, and essentially the head count is growing there also significantly. We also looked at how not only would you use the additional Radio Shack buildings, but how then you would expand beyond that should you need to. So current enrollment is basically plus your continuing education classes, and then your future enrollment. And there's a lot of different ways to grow. So we will be talking about how that takes place in a minute. Would you mind if I actually gave you 5 minutes of time to? If I went 5 minutes early, are you okay with that? This is a great place to stop. Oh, no, that's quite all right. We have 2 students in the back of the class talking. No.
But the one thing that I do want you or Kristen to talk about when we come back is what we talked about the last time on this growth and whatever options we have for embracing that growth.
Okay.
Rather than building new buildings. You want to say something about that?
Sure. Be happy to.
Everybody's ready for a break anyway, so let's how long, Mr. President? How long for a break?
Let's have a break for 10 minutes. I go to the executive restroom. took my diet into here.
Guess not. Are we ready to get
Yes,
going?
we are ready. Yes, sir. We got some more. Oh, yeah, I've got them, Kenny. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay, Tom.
Okay, Tom.
We're ready to
Thank
roll.
you.
Rock
First of
and
all,
roll.
sir?
Yeah, rock and roll.
Rock and roll, lock and load. I was in Vietnam too. Anyway, I think I want to thank you for not throwing me out at the first half of this. Does anybody count the number of times I scratched my nose? Two. I can't help it. I don't know. It's pretty funny. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started. This next round, I will do in 30 minutes, and hopefully we'll have questions. But I want to make sure you have plenty of time to get the remainder of the agenda in. I think what's important here is to establish the fact that we are looking at different goals on this whole planning process, and accommodating growth obviously is one of them, and it's very important. There are many ways to accommodate growth, and as we talked about earlier, we can increase schedules, we can increase facility utilization, we can grow facilities, we can develop new facilities, we can do a lot of things to accommodate growth. The one thing I think that's very important is before we do anything, we understand how we work as a group and then decide how best to expand. So for example, many of your classrooms are classrooms that are sized to 40. Well, you teach 25 in many of your classes, and we actually have all the information that breaks all the way down, all that information, right down to the number of sections, down to the number of people in the section, down to the number of seats in the room. So the reality is we started to take a look at how the interaction between the way you want to teach, those hours, the time, the curve, the number of students in the classroom, the volume, the time those students are there, the utilization, against the days of the week. And we began to think, if we could create more flexible learning environments for you, where a room, much like your Trek campus or the Trinity River East campus has the ability to close off large rooms into 2 rooms. Maybe that 2 could become 3. Maybe the 3 could then schedule 25 to 30 people in that classroom. All of a sudden, it creates more opportunity for additional sections. So we're about to look for opportunities like that across all campuses. And that basically says that the more flexible your learning environment can be, the more opportunity you have to put more volume into that curve. More volume into that curve would suggest that your faculty is teaching the way they want to teach. We're not trying to push them out of the way they want to teach. We're actually trying to adapt additional volume into that curve in terms of the process. So the accommodating growth is important. Creating flexible learning environments across the entire organization is important. Collaborative and developmental learning models are very important, and then improving access to student support, which we talked about earlier, is very important. So those are the key components as to how these goals were established and how we're going to move forward. So we talked about stewardship, and we talked about the ability to look at real estate opportunities. And to me, this is one of the more important parts of everything that we're going to be giving you as part of this process that we're going through. There are so many different avenues that you take today to look at a lot of the different things you're doing. Some of those, I know the Visual Performing Arts Center that we talked about has been on the books for a long time in terms of that. The Alliance Airport project has been on the books for a long time. Many of the things that you're looking at, how to use these facilities, how do you stage these facilities, how do you then say, well, I'm going to do this one but not that one in the process. And so we looked at all the different types of real estate opportunities that you have, whether they're teaching or whether they're new programs or whether they're simply creating more support for students. And how does all this stuff that we're trying to get accomplished get integrated into a future plan for this organization. The problem that I have with the way many things evolve is that things that you create an idea, that idea takes time to not only evaluate, but to plan. The planning process that you go through, because you are an institution that is public, and also because you're an institution that wants to create value for their taxpayers, the strategic planning process, the concepts, the architectural process, the design, development, and construction process is a part of everything you do. So if you said today, I want to do a new building in X, well, X is going to take an awful long time to do that. It's going to take you a year. We've been planning so far about 9 or 10 months, so this is not unusual. The concept planning will then evolve out of that. It may take up to 8-ish months. The architectural drawings, the documentation, and not even including the construction could take almost 3 years to where you start the process. You know, the one thing that bothers me about that, it's not the time. It's the fact that when I started the planning, your technology will have changed 2 to 3 times during that same time period. So I'm planning today for what I'm looking at technologically, but Tim and I both know that what I evolve out here in 3 years is going to be totally different. So when I start construction, I've got to take the process and start to move myself out further in that process so that I understand essentially how that goes. The other question I have is, what if all 5 of your campuses came up with the same idea today? Would we be chasing 5 opportunities without knowing that we're chasing 5 opportunities? I see a lot of nodding, but I would, in terms of the, let's ask another question. Well, how much effort would it take for all 5 to develop the same independent idea? Quite a bit. So here's a tremendous waste of resources simply because I didn't have a mechanism in place that let everyone know what each campus was thinking about doing. Finally, would a central forum provide more efficiency in the process? And we think it would. So that was the innovation forum that we talked about earlier. And essentially, it's a place to triage concepts and ideas. It's a place that holds the data that they need to triage those things. It's an economic and business modeling tools that would be available. There is collaboration space. It's going to be very transparent in the process. Each of these would be located on your campuses. I would highly recommend that you do this, and this will probably be a part of our final master planning process in terms of that. Why do this? Well, one of the things that I think is important is consistency. Today, there is the consistency that the decisions get made from is important, but that you are able to look at each opportunity with the same consistency of information is even more important, because that's a way that you allow yourself the opportunity to begin to look at the importance of each of these opportunities and how they fit within the confines of your strategic planning. So what we find is that all the people in the organization are learners, and they're all stewards of change. It reinforces the fact that institutional transparency is important to you and accountability is important. It's efficient in its ability to use the resources. And resources are not just money. It's your time and your talent that you have. The longer and longer it takes to do things, I think it's more important that you recognize that you've got an awful lot of great people that work in this organization, a lot of talent in this organization, and we want that talent to be out there, creative, and used. It encourages this creativity, it encourages collaboration, and it's really a common starting place so that everybody starts at the same point. It's consistent in its process, and it even has ways to pilot to see whether or not the success is what you're benchmarked and what you're thinking about for the future. So how do you harness this creativity? The whole idea is that you first have to define the idea. Does everybody know what an elevator speech is? Okay. If you can't explain to me in 20 seconds what you think is your idea, I'm not going to listen to you. It's just I drift off and away we go. So you already started with the opportunity that you have got to be able to understand and define the process, and people may need to help you to do that. You may not be a good elevator speech person. You have to then also evaluate that process. Someone has to triage whether or not this is absolutely something that should be directed into a go, no go, or the return, what we're calling the return on student investment. And essentially, I want you to understand that the triage, sir? Oh, I'm sorry. You keep talking in the back of the classroom. I don't, you know. And I'll tell you what, I hate the fact that I'm here teaching you, you know what I mean, in this process. I would much rather be walking around here, all of us broken off into little tables and doing things. But to evaluate the process, you're going to triage that process. And there are things like my mechanical, electrical, plumbing is down. Well, no, that has to be done right away. That's a go right away. We get those things done. So go, no go became part of the early things that we learned about within the organization that I think Dr. Wells and I were talking one day, and I said, I'd rather have a quick no than a long maybe. And so there's a reality to that says, if I can get a quick no, I'm happy because I know I need to go back and maybe put some more work into the opportunity. But a long maybe just keeps me going and going and going and going, and it's not worth the time to basically do it. So defining the idea, building an elevator speech, directing and evaluating the process, and then moving it into the go, no go process has to be championed by different people. There's an idea champion. This is the person who has the idea, the person who is passionate about what they're doing, the person who develops this elevator speech, or with help would develop the elevator speech. That then goes to a triage officer. The triage officer is a person who basically takes a look and says, this is a no-brainer. You don't have air conditioning. Don't even stop here. We don't have to run this through any process. We got to get you fixed. The other side of the coin is you've got an idea that needs to evolve more because it's something that has to sort of get some more information to it so that we can find out whether we should take it forward or not in terms of the process. So the Innovation Forum is a place where the idea champion and the triage officer basically evolve and work together with implementation teams and with sort of a ROSI team, which are people that the return on student investment was sort of an acronym we came up with. Let's talk about the no-go. Many times ideas come to those of us who listen to a lot of folks, and you just don't understand it. It's incomplete. It doesn't have the due diligence wasn't there. It's a good idea, but there's not a lot of backup, a lot of analytical support. There's not a good elevator speech basically in the process. We'll give you a great example of that. I think this is one of your passions is you're wanting to build a whole new football stadium so that you can have new football programs here at the campus in the colleges, and I think that's a great idea, don't you? And it's like, show me a little more. You know, I want to understand what we're doing here. You know, maybe that belongs over at UTA, where we all know what happened to their football program. But the elevator speech is incomplete. The idea is not consistent with your vision, and the strength and the value doesn't exist, so the impact isn't there for the process. Two that we put in there I thought were interesting is if I came to you today and said, I want to start a program for bookbinding. Bookbinding is not a business that's going to be around in 10 years. There's a lot of electronic stuff that's going to be out there, so that industry is not going to be growing. The other one that I thought was interesting is agricultural equipment operating programs. Remember the densification we're talking about, the verticality. Do you really want to train people to operate farming equipment? Another thought in the program. So if these ideas come to you and the person gets a no-go because you have information for them that can help them understand why you don't believe this is moving forward, you not only have a person who is happy to get a quick no, but a person who now can take their idea and feel good about the fact that they tried to move it forward. Well, let's talk about go. In terms of the idea, the implementation theme, the compliance, the safety, the emergency, and the low cost issues. Compliance, obviously, life safety, security concerns, legal issues, legal code issues in terms of buildings and so on and so forth. These things have to be done when they come due, and they should be done quickly. We're not trying to stop you or create a process for you to take something that is security or life safety and say, well, let's wait on that until we go through the ROSI process. No, that's not the case at all. There are plenty of things that have to be done right away. We recognize that. Unit failure for mechanical, broken doors and windows, security or ADA issues, those types of things. That's important in terms of the process. The return on student investment, this has the potential impact for you as a college is very strong. And so the case has to be developed further. This could be the Performing Arts Center. It could be the Alliance Center. It could be the 500-person Emporium. Those are some examples of things. Flexible learning environments could run through these things. The one-stop shop or the student support components. These are things where you're going to be evaluating whether or not something has more value to you or less value to you, but it still has value and it still is part of the organization. It needs to be developed in a consistent way, so when you bring this forward to the board or to the CELT prior to the board, that it basically has the same amount of information, the same analytical information, the same things that you're moving forward with, and it's relative to what you're doing. So here's the way it works. It's an urgency model. It basically establishes the way you prioritize your future opportunities that go through the return on student investment modeling, which is part of the innovation forum. So it basically says that you have three components. There's a score component and an impact and a cost component. This modeling, I'm sorry Mike Eek is not here tonight because he gets into this stuff and he really enjoys it, but this is not, something that we just dreamed up yesterday. This is something that we will tailor to this organization, but there's many, many, many people who use these type of scoring models or prioritization models in the industry or in industry in itself. The key components for priority 1 or priority 4, basically impact and cost. So if you look at the definition of impact, that could be economic impact, it could be return on investment, it could be a non-quantifiable benefit that just came out of that elevator speech that you got to live with, you got to have. It could be a capital cost, it could be an operating cost in terms of that. So ranking the idea is important, and what happens is you rank the idea from the lowest quadrant to the highest quadrant. So you would rank them on cost and the impact of that. The problem with this is that you can't still figure out, does that B up here, is that B better, I did it again, sorry. There you go. Is that B stronger than that C or that A, or is that D, or is that E? Who knows? Those organizational opportunities, basically the cost versus the impact, to rank the idea require an additional thing. It requires a score. The scoring basically is the size of the bubble. So as you go through, and I'm going to show you how the scoring works, but as you go through, I know today very quickly that if I add the cost, impact, and score together, that this guy right here is probably one of my highest priorities. Oh, I'm sorry. Number A, how's that? What's interesting about that is that the C, which is in a really priority 2, it's pretty strong. When I look at it, it may actually not weigh as heavily as the D, and yet the D does not have as much impact. So it gives you an opportunity to prioritize different things within your organization, and it's very fair about the process because it's analytical as well as objective in the process. So the scoring mechanism works off facilities, student impact, community image, as well as institutional impact. And I wanted to thank you for setting me up on this, because when you were talking about all the different things earlier, we were talking about community impact, certainly the image impact of your community. So we didn't want to not have everything available in terms of process, but the score is defined by weighing the 4 criteria that you see up there. That criteria basically addresses the following. It is influenced by which facilities. It addresses maintenance issues and allows for normal and continued operations. That is key to student success. That is key to you succeeding. Student success, I think, is the most subjective component of this, because the strength of student success is so important to the organization. It may get redefined a lot in the process because of technology changes or new data that you get. The institutional success means that it has a return on an organizational investment, that you make an investment and there is a return. I do not think that you as an organization beat your chest enough. I don't know if that's the right way to put that, but I will tell you, you are a huge economic impact to Tarrant County. Huge economic impact to Tarrant County. And I think we need to tell the world that as often as we can, because it's important for your taxpayers to recognize the value you create. When we talked about a specific program, I know, unfortunately I had the numbers in the back of my head, but it was, we were looking at your return on investment, for example, for the nursing program. It costs you about $2 million to train, I wanted to say it was 200 nurses every year. The return to the community impact of that economically is like $21 million. So for every $2 million you spend, there's a $20 million return to the community in salaries, in jobs from people getting jobs, and when you look at the economic impact, that is a huge number. So instead of worrying about spending the $2 million, maybe we ought to be also looking at the fact that we're generating $20 million of economic benefit to the community. You are a huge economic engine for Tarrant County. Institutional success and community image are a part of this, and as we go down the road, then we set up an understanding of the definitions and the resources so that inside that the innovation forum here, we have the facility and operations, and these are all the components within them that would be used by the person to understand how to score the facility component, the student success component, the institutional and community image component. The scoring then basically falls into the program so that you go across and you have certain scores. So that basically sizes the bubble. I wouldn't expect everybody to get it tonight because it's going to take a while for this to evolve into something, and we're working with Dr. Wells and Dr. Black to define how all this is becoming part of the process. So the urgency model, for example, if I were to look at the student criteria for student success, it would have to go back to what we know deep learning is all about. So maybe it's how do we inspire, does it inspire, does it motivate, does it engage? So it is a little less objective in the process. You can't put a 1 by yes it does this, but if it does a lot of these things, we can work through the process, and we know that it allows for us to be successful in what we're doing. So the goal, the alignment, and the reality of this work in the following way. Someone has to own the idea. They have to define it, they have to build a case for it, they have to develop a structure for it, and they have to figure out a way to integrate it into the existing environment. They basically have to create the elevator speech. They have to be able to use that innovation forum as a successful tool to work with people collaboratively to develop the infrastructure of the idea, and then basically an opportunity to figure out if it gets a go, then it basically has to be tested and piloted, revised, and then refined and implemented. You then build consensus within the organization. There is no change to the way you do your work today. You still would have your C&I process. You still have to deal with assessment groups. You still have everyone in the organization that is responsible in terms of building that up. You also have location times for validation. Remember what I talked about in terms earlier. I said you've got to be able to get a quick no. And I would like to see your validation process early on in this process so that it actually bubbles the idea up quickly, so that the idea could be a go, a no-go, or a return to the ROSI for it to basically be put some infrastructure around it. And then the innovation forum basically would have all the tools necessary for you to make that work, including how it gets piloted, how it gets implemented, and essentially it's a process now that allows you to take an idea all the way through basically implementation. So there you have the idea of what we think stewardship is all about within this organization. And I want to show you, these are the final slides. It's about institutional collaboration among all of you in all of the campuses across the institution without destroying the individual cultures, as we said. The Northeast Campus charrette, these are the people basically that were on the Northeast Campus when we went through, and we evolved basically all of the information, much of which you've seen here tonight, and we talked about each individual campus, and we worked with people on that campus, on those campuses, to include what we're doing. The Northwest Campus, Lots of individuals, we had great meetings, looked at how we would do things. Where does the Innovation Forum belong? Where does the one-stop shop or the student support belong? How do we get traffic to come onto the campus? How do we want our futures to look? Where should we park that future? The South Campus, Peter, that's a great picture of you. I don't anyway, we had an awful lot of very, very lively conversation. And again, these are 15, 20 people who were organized around how the campus charrettes were working, with all the information being presented, much like what we talked about with you today. The Southeast Campus, again, we actually had students at the Southeast Campus who, I think, we were talking, Bill, about the fact that they just enjoyed being asked their input. And so we began to continue to walk through these, and again, Trinity River, same way, walking through all of these campuses and really realizing the potential for them to go. Less than 30 minutes.
Board members, discussions, questions?
Wow.
I think you can see that I was quite on target when I said how involved this process has been and how much they have looked under every rock and crevice to find out exactly who we are, what our challenges are, where we need to go, and we have lots of things to discuss as we go along to determine how we want to do this. The next piece of your agenda has to do with forecasting, the financial forecasting model, along with the budget piece. So any questions for Tom or any later? Later. Tom, thank you. Don't leave.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call now for Mark McClendon and his staff to come for the third phase of this, which is the financial forecasting model. You had asked that they prepare this model. We had one last year. This one is similar to what they've done, but the first part of their discussion is the model, and then we'll get into the budget, and I'll come back after that. Mark? It'll take them a minute or two to set up over there.
Right. Yeah, I'll just. Good afternoon. Good evening. Sorry, long day. We're going to again present you the model that you've seen before. This is going to give you a 5-year forecast, and we're going to take it as slowly as you want to. Please ask as many questions as you would like. I'm going to have Mrs. Chang, Nancy Chang, is going to go through giving you assumptions and giving you all the different things. All right.
We just overview what we did last time we go through a little just overview. What we did is, this is the
Nancy, pull the microphone to your side of the podium.
The gray side there is the previous 5 years. In the middle, the blue little one, that's the current one, and the next, the green one is the next 5 years projection.
Thank you, Mark.
So what we did is we briefly go through the income part, majority the most important one. One is the appropriation. And we pretty much next year will be pretty much the same as this year, even though we probably has about 0.7% growth. What they do is they don't use, in the past they used the base content hour when we submit the ARB legislature board. And now they're using the most current content hour. During our current content hour increased a little bit, so they give us, they allocate those funds from all the colleges, so that several colleges we get about a little over $200,000. This is our state appropriation. The next important part we would like to show you is the tuition. And this year and next year, we predict not as much growth as what we have in the past 5 years. And in this model, we just assume we put it like a 1% increase. And a 1% increase will give us around $240,000. And we're assuming this model will keep the same tuition rate, $52. But if we show you, if we increase $1.53, we generate about $840 million, $0.84 million, little less than $1 million, but $840 million. But in this model, we keep it as $52. Next one, which the most important income is a part of is there's a tax, and accounting what we have for the May is estimate rate is they give us approximately 2.5% assessed value increase, and we made the same tax rate in this model. We'll show you later on if we effect to the other rate. But in this base, we're using this base rate and calculate what will be the next 5 years. We just assume this is what we're going to the next 5 years. And the other part incomes, indirect costs, or other relative, we keep it as pretty flat the same way. But this is majority three. This is our base we had done in the past, using for this next 5 years. Using this base we did, and the expenditure side, with majority, the main thing is our salary. In this model, we keep it as no salary increase. Does not mean we're not going to not give anybody anything. But let's say if 1%, how much it costs us. 1%, including a financial benefit, will cost us around $1.7 million. But again, we keep it as zero right now. And net operating expenses. Give Stan a little time to change the buttons. Operating expenses, we keep it flat. It's probably we need a more increase but we keep this model, we keep a zero growth. And a fixed asset, we increase about 1.7%. If the assumption remain like what we say, the income like we say, the expenses like we say, next 5 years, our fund balance, guess what? We will have $61 million. Let's assume that what we have assumed. No salary increase, no expenses, no nothing. But we're going to have a little bit increase in tax money. That's what we want to show you is what we. But next we're going to show you something if we make some change in this tax rate. If we're changing to accounting what we got it from May 25th. We're using their number. Of course, a lot of ARP, the protest, the operation where they go to the protest, those figures haven't gotten in. But July 25th, we will have certified number. But we assume that we right now use the May's number. If we're changing the rate from now, from present value, present tax rate to effective tax rate, that would possibly increase 1 cent for 14 cents, 8.97, about 50 cents to increase 1 cent to 15.897. We will generate about $12 million. So 1 year we will generate a little more than $12 million, and 5 years will be a little over $64 million. if we're changing from present value tax rate to effective tax rate. With little more than 12, but according to the number we now, that's what we could possibly. That's the one planning we show you. I think people last time we asked what happened if we change it to effective rate. Next thing we want to show you is different capital project. We made some assumption, build a model. We didn't do last time. We didn't, but we built it for this purpose. If we do some project, $50 million project, if we do pay as we go by cash, and we don't do any finance, in that $50 million, of course, if we pay in 5 years, you can tell we're using $50 million cash. A while ago, we say we have a $61 million. We assume what we have, that income had increased and the expenditure, we didn't spend anything. We're using that $50 million. So that fund balance in 5 years would be $11 million. That's what if we pay as we go by cash. Another assumption we made, $50 million, if we go issue a revenue bond. We pay in $10 years. We issue 10 years, $50 million in revenue bond, and it will cost us $6 million per year for next 10 years. So that will come, first 5 years we can show you we will be using $30 million. So 61 million a while ago we show you now will become 31 million because we're using revenue bond. We have to pay $6 million a year for 5 years, but have 5 more years to go if we pay 5 years. Okay, if we use $50 million, we issue a bond for 15 years, and then we will let's think together that catch it up. Then every year we have to pay about $4.3 million for next 15 years. That will be around $64 million. And you can see, first 5 years, we use about $20 million. So 61 minus 20, we only have $40 million left. Okay, next one we do the same thing. We do $50 million. We do it for 20 years. And of course, we pay a little less for 20 years amortization. So that every year we're going to pay about $3.5 million for next 20 years. The total, that bond will cost about $70 million. We did the same thing, same model like that for $100 million. We pay, if we do pay as we go with the cash, it will be same thing. You can see. The computer just slow, Tim.
You've been working the mice too hard in the wheel. It's a long night.
Okay, if we pay for $10 million, $100 million for pay as we go, and you say it's $100 million. So every year we're going to pay $12 million, and will be $120 million for 10 years. So you can tell $12 million minus for 5 years, so we will be, fund balance will be negative for 5 years. Okay, if we do the one for 15 years, we issue the bond for 15 years, and then will be, I go for 10 million, I said around, it's 10 million each year. This is the one, if for 10 million, we issue the bond. So every year, we will pay $12 million. So 10 years will be $120 million. This one is for 15 years. 15 years will be $8.7 million a year. A total will be around $129 million. Okay, if we go for 20 years, issue 20 years bond for $100 million, every year we will pay about $7 million, and total will be $140 million for 20 years. We did another one for if we have a lot of building, North Southeast Campus, they want some building. If we want to issue us $150 million, we pay as we go. So every year we will pay 10 years, we will pay 15 years each year. If we pay back, issue the bond for 10 years, every year, can I get it and catch up a little bit? This is the 15, will be $18 million a year. And for total will be $180 million. Okay, if we pay 15, if we can go 15 years, and every year, issue same way we issue the bonds, every year we will be $13 million, and total will be $195 million. Same for 20 years. Too fast. Everybody wants $20 million, and every year we're going to pay a little over $10 million, $10.5 million, and the whole project, the whole year, 20 year will cost us $210 million. Now, before I open the question, I'm going to get my English translator, give you some summary.
Oh, very nice. All right. I get the easy part.
So now you can really know what she's talking about.
All right. And that's me, by the way.
I never even knew that. Too much hair here.
All right. You can go ahead. I want to go back to one point. Nancy mentioned it very well. Sorry, but I want to stress this again. The assumptions that we're stating in this model is a base case. We're saying that our state appropriations are growing at 0.07% and they're flat thereafter. So that's just a base case. When we look at our in-county, we're saying it's a 1% growth. Should you have more or less, we would adjust it. But this is our assumption. It's a very conservative assumption. The other thing is we're saying our tuition, it remains the same. So again, this is a base case of your model, all right? Now, the tax dollars, we're saying the assessed value increase is 2.5%. If you were to look at TIFs, TIFs actually use a 3%. So we are under that amount. So that's our base case. That's how we're going into this for the 5-year forecast. We are also saying other operating revenues remain flat. So if we were to have some additional revenue, we're always trying, we're looking for that. That again would change the base case. We're not considering that. Now let's talk about expenses. Expenses, it says salaries and benefits remain flat. That means there is none. That is not saying that we're not going to do that. The board will add these expenditures if it so chooses, and again, it would change the model. It would change what your fund balance is and what's your revenue going to be on a 5-year period. All right. The other one is both operating expenses, and we have not set aside any money for capital expenditures. Okay. All right. So now let's look at the model graphically. All right. Now, if we look at pay-as-you-go, you will see that if you go as pay-as-you-go, if you want to spend $50 million in a capital investment, it costs you $50 million. Now, we realize there's going to be a flow, and before we go into this I did not want to make it more complicated by discounting capital on a 15 or 20 or 25 years. We just kept it in today's dollars. But we could do that if you wanted to. All right, now if you go, let's go to the next one, and all of a sudden if we do $50 million in 10 years, it's going to cost us $60 million. So by going, instead of pay-as-you-go, on a 10-year revenue bond, it's going to cost us, this is what we're estimating, it's going to cost you about $10 million. All right, and that's going to cover your interest today on the AAA. All right, now let's go to 15 years. If you go to 15 years, it's going to cost you approximately 6.5 64.5. So it's going to be $14.5 million extra over the 5 years. That would be what it's costing you on the total expenditure on the 15 years. Again, I haven't put it in present value, to discount the cash flow, but just to make it dollar per dollars. That's what it would be costing you. And if you go to the next one on 20 years, if you have a 20-year, a $50 million project, you're going on a 20-year revenue bond, fixed rate, it's going to cost you about $70 million. And that we're saying approximately $3.5 million. So what this is doing, and we'll go through each one, what it does is the more you expand the pay period, the lower the note, the higher the interest. This is just for everybody. It's intuitive to most people, but just to show you. And here you can see it. And at the end, it'll show you what our base case is saying. On our base case, you would have $61 million on this one. You would have a $44 million, but you must understand that this only goes out for 5 years. We haven't done the total extension for the 20 years, all right? So if we did the total extension, then you would be able to compare apples to apples against a pay-as-you-go. But this is just dollar per dollar. So let's go to the next one, please, Shelley. So if we look at $100 million, okay, $100 million if you go is pay-as-you-go, and you're going to base it on a 5-year, we would have a budget shortfall of $38 million. So if nothing else was added, no other expenses, we would be with $38 million. We'd have to find from elsewhere. We could not do that, basically, unless we repurpose the funds from other areas. All right? So let's go to 10 years. If we look at 10 years for $100 million, it's going to cost us approximately $120 million in today's dollars. All right? And if we looked at that again, all of a sudden you see that it starts looking a little bit better. But again, this extension only shows a model for 5 years. If you go for 10 years, it would be something different. We don't forecast out that far. We only go to 5-year forecasts. And if we go to let's go to the next one, 15 years, you would see that's about $129 million. All right? And if you go to 20 years, then it goes to $140 million in today's dollars. If we went, let's go to 150, that was not me, $150 million pay as you go. We would have a deficit of around $88 million over a 5-year period. Let's go to the next one. 10 years, it would cost us about $180 million. And the next one, 15 years, would be $195 million. And on 20 years, it would cost us $210 million if we so chose to do it that way. That would be the final cost of that kind of investment in capital projects. Now, is there any other question that we could answer for you? Or, Mr. Greenhill, did you want us to show something extra? Mr.
Oh, yeah, I wanted you to, like a $50 million project, and using the figures that Mr. Harris gave us before.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Just using that for the avoidance of doubt. Okay. This is only.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
This is pro forma. This is not a project.
This is only a pro forma. We're just going to present it. Yes, Mr. Greenhill. We'll pull it up for you, sir. Okay. This is the Alliance Center. Showed us a pro forma on $44 million, and the total cost for this project is at 25 years. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. The total cost in today's dollars, keep going, is going to be $80 million.
Okay. But it's amortized. Yeah, okay.
That is the presentation.
Yeah, okay.
That's
fine.
Okay. Mr. Greenhill, I did ask Mark to prepare for the board, just in case anybody wants to see what that would look like if you decided to build that project and did revenue bonds. You have that one, Mark?
Yes, ma'am, we do have that.
See, compare costs.
Yes, ma'am. We'll bring it up in a second, ma'am.
I thought you'd want to know that.
Oh, yeah.
This is the one Mark show is the 3 piece if we use it, but if we use
Nancy,
it.
talk in the microphone, please.
Yes, ma'am. If we using the same one, 44 million, we issue the revenue bond. We did also put it in the. Okay, there we call. Okay, this one is going to be same model as. You're laughing at me. That's not very nice.
That's why this is a great place.
We were just hoping you could find your shishi.
Okay, well, I don't want to broadcast like that. Okay, if we're using this the same $44 million, and we issue revenue bond, it's going to be the first 5 years will be cost us $11.7 million. First year will be 2.2, and the total will be around $74 million. If we're using our AAA rating and go out issue the revenue bond, and same what it showed.
I can't see the figures. What interest rate are you assuming here?
Well, that's the one we use to ask the bond people to plug in with their formula. We didn't do it ourselves. We just asked them to plug in their formula, use the most.
What is that number? I mean,
Do you know, is it like a 3.4?
Yes, I don't know exactly. I didn't know exactly. We just we'll do the fast figure as well.
I have a guess in the back of my mind,
But they're using what the current.
See the spreadsheet, you had to know to put the math together.
Yeah. Well, we didn't want to do that complicated, do we, Tim?
is it more than 3 and less than 4?
We have the sheet.
I'm just trying to, just put things in context because I understand this. Okay.
It varies.
It varies,
It's
okay.
going to vary from about 1.22 to 3.84.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is there any other question we could answer for you all? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Nancy.
How are we using 44 million when our leader sit here and tell us it was 8? I mean, how does that work?
Are there questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Why are we using 44 million when
That's just I asked him. I asked him to
an
do
$80
it.
million project for the Alliance?
There's no reason.
Well, you haven't said how much the project would cost if you build it. If you recall, we were given a range of $44 million for the refurbishing and repurposing of the Bell helicopter building, up to about $80 million if we built from scratch on the greenfield.
Well, we
And the
would
board
have to buy
has not
that. We would
said-
have to buy that Bell helicopter building as
That's
well.
included in the cost.
So you're saying the lowest then is the Bell helicopter thing for about 45
Yes, sir.
million, including the purchase of the building and refurbishing.
Yes, sir. That's the estimated cost.
And if we build one, it's 80 million.
80 million.
Plus, yeah.
Yes, sir. About that. And so Mr. Greenhill specifically asked Mark and his staff to look at what the public-private partnership would look like if we financed that way. And then I thought you'd be interested in knowing what it would look like, the total cost, if we decided to finance it ourselves with revenue bonds. And it's a difference of about $6 million, $6 million less for us to do it.
Good information.
Now, you've seen a plethora of ideas tonight about where we are where it is projected that we will go, and the number of students we are projected to have. Some of the JCC members told me, and I want to make sure I mention that when you see that big dip where the utilization is so low, that they are teaching during that time. So they're doing their part. They wanted us to know that. But the one thing that I also wanted to talk with you about, I asked Tom, and he forgot when he came back up here. Tracy, I think, had talked before. She was at the Kelton. She said, I know I'd love to tell you build, but there are lots of other ways to meet the needs that we are projecting for your students. About the only thing that I think we can't do with weekend college, an increase in distance education, an increase in dual credit. All three of those will go a long way to helping us absorb a lot of these numbers, but the only thing we can't do is give students sticky spaces by doing that. We still would be in dire need of sticky spaces. We still would also need to consider one-stop help for our students. If that's important to us, that's something that would be, I think probably if it goes through the urgency model, would probably also come up to the top of the list. Now, you've seen all of those things, and you've seen the needs as outlined by the faculty and staff as they have gone around the district in the charrettes, and I haven't attended one of those on purpose because I didn't want to be there. I wanted the input to come strictly from the campus people, and my understanding is they had really great representation there. The other thing that you haven't heard is about the budget for 2012-13 and what that might look like. We've spent quite a bit of time. The JCC members are having a wonderful experience with a capital W, right, JCC members? Sitting through with us and listening in and giving their input as to what we're going to do with the budget recommendations. When we left Trinity River East this afternoon, we had a real rich budget in our heads. We're going to go back to the drawing board. They worked all day, the campus presidents, and David Wells worked all day today, streamlining what they need to offer on the campuses in order to meet the minimum needs. We have, at this point, about $12 million worth of requests, and that's after they've pared down significantly. About $12 million of new requests, and that include equipment, operational costs, and new faculty and staff. That does not include the additional money if you so choose to give a salary increase. That is not included in that. I told you last time we met that I had a proposal from the Salary and Benefits Committee from the faculty, and Ricardo Coronado costed it out for us, and it's somewhere around probably about $8 million, maybe 8.5, because there was some additional monies put in for salary adjustments, market adjustments, I should say, market adjustments, plus there was additional money put in for employee benefits cost. The cost of benefits will increase this year, as it tends to do every year. Is that for me, Mark? Thank you. That's my shishi. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. The JCC proposal for faculty, and of course, any proposals I bring to you will be for faculty and staff. I won't bring one just for the faculty. And what is here, and I won't even tell you how much the HR people put on the page, because that's for you to decide. I haven't decided yet what we're going to recommend. But the JCC proposal was a 5% increase for faculty, $1.50 per hour increase for credit That is not right. This is HR. Their increase was $8.50 per contact hour for adjunct faculty. Stipend increase for department chairs. Summer pay was pulled off the list, is that right? To be determined later. Academic rank salary adjustment for the professor rank. Implementation of the Roth IRA, we've already done that. And then HR added the market equity pay, 50 cents per hour for adjunct faculty and community at the community campus, and an increase of $10 per month in the monthly stipend for health benefits. So the revised proposal that was presented by the Human Resources Department, which is less than what the faculty salary and benefits proposal had requested, is $9.1 million. But I want to emphasize, this is not my recommendation. I'm not ready yet to make that, but we'll have it for you at the next board workshop. I promised the Salary and Benefits Committee and JCC that I would sit with them before I made a recommendation to you and let them know why I was recommending what I'm going to recommend, but we haven't made a decision on that yet. So if we just went with base numbers right now, $12.1 million in requests for equipment, operational expenses, and new staff, faculty and staff, as well as the benefits piece with salary included, we'd be looking at about $20 million, $21 million, and we know we don't have $21 million that we can use this next year. So guidance for me.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask a question?
Sure. Yes.
I have no guidance.
I'm sorry?
I have no guidance. I really have more questions than I have answers, and I want to thank the Boca Powell group for presenting such invaluable information, and it was understandable, but yet it just brings up a huge amount of questions. So I guess my question for you, Chancellor, is where do we go from here with all this information? I feel the need to have a debrief, a conversation, and it's overwhelming, but good.
I assumed you may feel that way. I think I might have said that to the CALP members earlier today, that this is going to be overwhelming for the board because there is so much information, but I also felt like you needed to hear it. What we will do for you as your staff, when we come back to you the first meeting in August, we will have synthesized a lot of this, and we'll give you what our recommendation is as to how we go about doing all of this. The one thing that I did ask you last time, if you would be prepared to give me some guidance on the salary increase part, that's a very, we don't have to know what you think. We can tell you, I can tell you what I recommend, and then you can go from there. It just helps us build the budget perhaps a little easier if you'll give us some guidance on what you think we should be considering. Mark McClendon has been keeping tabs on community colleges around the state, and so has Ricardo Coronado. And from what they have told me, the majority of the institutions that have indicated some thought about what they plan to do is somewhere between, I guess more on the average would be between 2 and 4. Is that good, Mark, Ricardo? Somewhere between 2 and 4. Lone Star College District, and some of you trustees I think have seen that, the board voted to do a 5% salary increase, and it was like a dash, and it says if we can find the money. So they gave the chancellor permission to do 5% if he could find the money. And I don't know. I'll learn this weekend perhaps. I'll be going to Galveston Sunday for the annual TACC CEO retreat, where we get together and talk about all those things and talk about our priorities and program of work. And that kind of thing. So I'll have a better idea when I come back next week about what other institutions are looking at doing. Mr. Greenhill, do you have a question or a comment?
No, I was just looking around to see if there was any observations, comments by my colleagues on this, and so far I hear none.
Make the rounds?
You want me to call names? Mr. Heath, you first.
Regarding
Okay. Ms. Carter?
I think I'm in the same area, more around 2%. As I understood, that large of an increase for the adjuncts is probably way out of hand as well.
Okay.
I agree with Mr. Heed, 2 to 4. 2 to 3, I'm sorry.
Ms. Vandegrift?
I would stay with the same sentiment, the 2 to 3%.
My wish would be as much as possible.
And that would be mine. Because our employees, next to our taxpayers, are our most valuable asset.
Absolutely. Did Mrs. Winnett leave?
Yes, she did.
Oh, okay. I'll assume she'll vote for 5. We'll put her in the minutes as voting for 5%.
Just in advance to it, I think that probably you're not going to get the effective tax rate. I'd be very surprised if we would do that again. I do think we have to examine the tuition, that it's just inevitable that it's going to increase and probably increase steadily. I think we just sort of need to bite the bullet on that, and probably originally I was thinking that every other year, but the way things are going, I think it's probably going to have to be at least a 4 or 5 year look at some steady increases along that way. But I really don't think that a $12 million a year adjustment is going to work for you on your effective tax rate. So I could be wrong. That's just one vote here, but given the response the last time around, I sort of doubt it.
Any more observation? It goes without saying that all of us believe that the faculty is the most important asset that we have. I mean, I don't think anybody at this table would say otherwise. Any other observations, comments, guidance? I think not.
Okay, well, there's one other thing I was going to ask Mark and Nancy, because they know this, I don't. If the board increases tuition by $1, how much money is that? If it increases by 2? For $1?
It's about 1.7 per every $2.
1.7 million?
About. I've been listening.
Now, remember, if we vote now, it's kind of too late for fall.
Yes.
Only can do same as last year, only can do spring.
Only can do spring. Too late for fall. Nancy, if you're going to talk, you got to come to the microphone.
You were laughing at me.
No, come on. If we do like one increase $1 or something, we probably need to get a policy for 3 years, because every year we do that, we cannot do fall because catalog go out, they cannot change it, they only can do spring. If we want to do it again this year, we probably can do it, but maybe you want to set a policy that we increase $1 every year for 3 years like what we did in the past. Because if we don't do it now until after the June or something, catalogs are already out, we cannot effective for this next fall, have to be next spring. So only get half of them. Right, Chancellor? That's right, stay right here. The other thing, and we were talking some earlier today about the number of dollars that we are likely to get from an increase in the valuation. And that was how much? Well, that's just a guess right now, but how much was that? 2.5, a couple $1 million, a few $1 million. We will get a little more from the tax appraisal.
as last year. That's what we, from the May's appraisal
Nancy,
value.
you're talking to Mike.
Yes, ma'am.
Repeat what you just said.
Yes, so you could increase about 2.5% of the tax appraisal value, so we will get a couple more $1 million.
Tax rate?
We will increase it over $12 million. Yes.
I asked Nancy to tell us that because if the board chooses to not go to the effective tax rate, we're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.4 or $5 million if you do tuition increase. Well, it wouldn't be that much because you only get it for one semester, right?
Yeah.
And so in effect, you're either talking, if that's what you want to do, you're talking about no salary increase for anybody, or you're talking about pretty much nothing else, because that's all the money you'll have. And that's why I'm saying I need guidance tonight so that as we go back and start working on this budget, because it's a sea change from where we are today. I know already, and we've talked about it, we're not going to get what people are asking, what they're telling us they need. We know that. We just don't have enough money to do that. But if the board is inclined to leave everything as it is, perhaps accept the tuition, and with the additional money we'll get from the increase in the property valuation, we're talking about a total of about $3.4 or $5 million of new money that will, if you did a salary increase, perhaps eat up all of that. 1% is how much, Nancy?
$1.7 million.
Nancy, talk in the microphone.
$1.7 million, including the French benefit, because we have to increase the French, Social Security, everything else.
Okay. So I just wanted to let you know what that looks like.
I want to make one other further observation. One of the elephants in my room are the two projects that we have that have been on the books for a long time. It's not an elephant in the room, but it's something that people that are promoting these things ought to get an answer. We talked earlier today about decisions never being made and going back. I think at some point, my colleagues, we need to bite the bullet on these projects so that the constituents who are promoting them can either have some assurances that we're going to do them or we're not going to do them, or maybe, what it would take would be a strategic plan, in my view, to examine what these projects are, what it would cost. Do we want to do it? Maybe this urgent model would be something that we could use to make a decision. I'm not advocating doing it or not. What I'm advocating is that at some point we need to give these stakeholders an answer. It's not going to happen. The advice I want to give you is it's not going to happen this year. It's not going to be in the budget. As far I think I can feel that. But I think in the future, next year, we need perhaps the finance committee, the audit finance committee, could examine these projects plus other capital projects that we might do and say, what are our priorities? What do we want to do? And come up with some answers. And come up with some answers in the next, sooner than later. I just think it's fair. In regard to, for example, whether other people would come into the projects with us. Well, what you have to do is you have to develop a plan. And say, we're in the deal. We're gonna do this thing. Okay, industry partners. This is what it would cost, and this is how much money we need from you. And what is your return on this money? But that takes a strategic plan. Like we're committed to plan something. And I'm not suggesting anything right now. What my advice to you is right now that I feel the consensus is we're not going to put anything in the budget for capital improvements this year. And that was guidance from me. But with a little little thing in there that we need to make some decisions.
I have a question for you on that. We have two projects in the works.
Yep.
The Energy Technology Center.
Oh, I'm not talking about that one.
Okay,
I'm talking
and the
about,
firing range.
Oh,
You're
no, I'm not talking about
those
those two. I'm talking about Northeast.
two. New projects.
New
okay.
project. No, I'm not talking about those.
Okay.
The firing range. Got to do it.
Thank you. CALP members, anything anybody needs to add? Anybody want to come to the microphone? Well, don't look like that. Smile.
It looks like she's trying to leave. She got her hands on her knees, getting ready to stand.
I was going to ask them, Madam Chancellor, what's the question that the board needs to ask that we haven't asked? Or what's the answer that we need to hear that we haven't heard?
Well, I think you want to ask the CALP members that question?
Yeah.
Ma'am, would you repeat your question so they can all hear you?
Since you all have been sitting and listening so intently, what is the question that the board should ask that none of us has asked so far? Or what's the bit of information that we might need to hear that we haven't heard?
Anybody want to respond to that? If so, take my seat there, please, and turn the microphone on. Larry, you look like you're raring to go. David, okay. Turn the mic on, David.
Thank you. I think that having shared with Joy and with other members of the CELT the work that Tom has done in taking us through the institutional planning, what gets laid on the table with this is kind of a roadmap for the future that is not going to happen if we sit in one place in terms of thinking creatively about financing the movement of the institution forward. If you're going to simply rely on the growth of the tax base to move you into the future, we'll be driving a Model T a long time.
Thank you, David. Tim?
I'm the new guy, so excuse my outward look. I looked at some of the charts that we put up there, and one thing that got me was we looked at the growth over the last 5 years, and it was 8%, 8%, 14%, 8%, and then we're projecting growth next year of 1%. That could significantly change the model. And even if you take half of what we've averaged over the last 5 years, from a consultant's point of view, that's what I would have done when I do a financial type audit on projections. I want to be a little bit more realistic about that growth. If we've spent the time that we've spent with Boca Powell and they're talking about growth numbers that each campus is looking at double-digit growth between now and 2020, and we don't plug that into our forecast of revenue, I think we're missing something there. You'll be over-conservative to the point where you cannot recover from that point. So I just want to temper that conversation with maybe taking a look at a little bit more, expanding that financial model out that takes advantage of the revenue we would see from that increased enrollment.
Good point. Thank you. You know, finance people are ultra conservative. They do not want to have a budget that does not fulfill itself as they projected it to fulfill itself. So I do understand that. And then one other thing that we have to think about, too, we don't know what's going to happen. Well, it won't affect us for this coming year. If the legislature does indeed pass performance-based funding, it won't be effective for 2012-13, but 2014, we will be looking at that as well. That may certainly, it has the possibility of decreasing our income unless we're ready by then with our outcomes. And if we are, then that's not a problem, but if we're not, that is something else with which we'll have to reckon. Go ahead, Ms.
Tell me
Appleman.
again, as a taxpayer right now, I'm paying 14 cents, .897 per $100 value of my house. If we go to the effective tax rate, what will I pay?
1 cent.
1 penny, so I would be paying 15 cents, 0.897 per $100. $12.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I'm not going to tell you.
Well, what we normally do is quote it on an average house, the value of the average household. House. Go ahead.
Average people pay, average household in Fort Worth, Tarrant County is like $100,000. So it's about they're paying $140, $150. So if we increase, well, they would pay $160, so $10 a year.
A year.
Yeah.
You remember last year we had a taxpayer who came to us and he was quoting it by the month. He was accusing us of raising it by the month. But it's,
it's
it
not
would be
per year. Yeah.
By the year, another 100.
In terms of the rate, it's about 6.7 or 6.8% increase in the tax rate when it comes to if you move the effective tax rate.
May I make about two things? Number one, something that no one has said, I'm sure everybody's thinking, is that with all the changes we're hearing about in student funding, financing, Pell Grants, and other forms of student aid, it sounds like maybe the students are going to be hit both places by us increasing tuition and them getting decreased funding. So that's another thing I feel compelled to say. And the other question I have is, in the midst of all of this, and you don't have to answer me tonight, do we have a system that catches a student who's enrolled in the same class for the second or third time and puts them on some kind of alert list so we can have some direct intervention with that student? And if we don't have that, Tim, that is something that we must put in place this year.
Well, everybody was laughing because Joe Tucker brought that up this afternoon, and I asked him to make sure that our system is there and in place and is working, because the other side of that, you're talking from the side of the student's perspective in helping to make sure that student is successful, and the other side of the coin is we don't get reimbursement for that student after the third try. And so if a student comes to us at try number 4 and is, Joe Tucker told us today she had a student this summer, I'm sorry? Try number 3. The state stops paying, and she had a student in her class this summer, I think, who was taking it for the 9th time. And really was one of those students, she thinks, who was just there to stay enrolled and had no interest in completing. And who's paying the cost of that? We are, Tarrant County College. So as of this fall, we will certainly stop that. And that, I don't know how many. Tim will find out from Terry Day. You know how many? Go to the microphone.
For fall 2011, we had 4,300 enrollments where the student had enrolled in a class. This was their third or greater repeat.
4,300?
4,300 enrollments. Not enrollments, not students. Some students had multiple enrollments. So, and we had the star was a student that enrolled in the class for the 23rd time. And that was a ceramics class. So we think they're running a ceramics business out of our ceramics lab.
So we'll be on top of that. Yes. The bottom line is we're paying that. The state's not paying us a penny for that student, and we're paying it all. So that will stop immediately. The other thing, any other CELT member? Come on, Peter and Bill, you're new. Be brave. Say something. Here's your opportunity. The board member wants to know. What do you think?
Not to shoot the messenger. Well, one of the other things I think that we need to be bold about as a CELT and as a board has to do with thinking differently about how we charge tuition as well, in terms of differential tuition. There are high demand areas that students pursue. that many colleges around the country, including community colleges, are thinking about differential tuition. And this is something I'd like to put on the table for us to think about.
Thank you, Peter. We've talked about that before. Lone Star has already implemented a differential tuition schedule for some of their courses. Bill, you want to come up? That's where, since I mentioned your ex-place, Lone Star.
I think the challenge that, with Peter and I being new, we're new to the budget process, and we're learning how the colleges are being run. I think what the challenge is to meet the, I'm sorry, I think the challenge is that we have to meet the needs of the growing colleges that we have now, the Achieving the Dream initiatives that are there, and, oh, this is what I forgot the third one, sorry. But what we have to do is and then be able to move the needle. That's the most important thing, because if the funding is going to change, we have to address that now. We can't wait for the funding to change. And as we look at the requests that we're looking at, sure, the $12 million is there. We have to prioritize them in the order that we can have, not only for student success, but in order to meet the initiatives that we've already set ourselves up in order to do. And they're very good initiatives, and we have to make sure we don't sacrifice student success in order to meet other needs around the campuses.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody else?
No, but may I say that based on that, when he said, what do we get for whatever we spend? If we're getting progress, then it's a good buy. If we're just maintaining, then it's probably not a good buy. So in addition to maintaining, we have to always be looking at, in my opinion, moving forward, being aggressive, ensuring that we have just as bright a future as we've had in the past. So that might mean sacrificing the easy choices, which the easy choice would be to give a very generous pay raise, while we do more investing in other areas that would bring long-term benefits, which would mean that for people like me, that might take a little bit more developmental work to help, me understand what are we going to get for this in terms of ensuring our future benefit, student success as well as institutional effectiveness.
Joy, you have all those student success initiatives going on, and you're mighty quiet because a lot of these increases are based absolutely on Achieving the Dream initiatives. That's where the majority of it comes from, Achieving the Dream. Even though the campus presidents brought them forward, they're trying to prepare for that.
Yeah. Achieving the Dream is being described as an initiative, but it's really not an initiative.
That's true.
It is an education reform movement. And if you look at it like that, then what we're talking about tonight is really changing the landscape here at Tarrant County College. So everything that we're doing, we need to make sure that we keep in mind that the changes that we're making in terms of innovation and student success are for the long haul. We're not going to go back. And so everything that we're doing needs to be transformed and move in that kind of direction. It may mean that certain things are a higher priority than they have been because they're part of changing our culture. But we've got to be willing to do that, and we've got to be willing to do that with foresight so that we plan for next year and the year after that and the year after that.
Ada?
Mr. Greenhill, I put my purse down because there was something important that needed to be said. I taught for years, and I firmly believe that the impact of a good teacher is everything for a student. But the more I work with our student development services personnel, the more I know that their impact can't be underestimated. They see students first. And we don't call them student activities people anymore. They're student development personnel. And they offer co-curricular activities so that a student is learning while she's in a club, she's learning while she's working on leadership, and those things are typically in the hands of Student Development Services. So I'm always happy when the faculty present their call for more money because they deserve it, but the rest of the team does too, and so I always appreciate when HR makes it and the college insists on a across-the-board increase, because Student Development Services is really the heart of achieving the dream in terms of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Tahita.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go next since I don't have a purse.
Okay, Elva. Come right along.
Good evening, everyone. I do want to start by thanking the board for the support that we've had over the years. I started out as a student here and then a faculty member, and now I'm privileged to be president of the Northwest Campus. And I've seen the metamorphosis of the entire district. Something that has really struck me in recent years is the focus on standardization and working as one college. And I really appreciate Mrs. Hadley's support of that. You saw in the presentation earlier today how the campus growth has shifted so that some of the campuses that had huge enrollments, they're still big, but they're not as big as other campuses that had tiny enrollments. And as those things happened, we didn't always keep up with the number of staff, the number of faculty, and et cetera. And we're working toward equity from campus to campus. And it's painful at times because everyone's an advocate for their campus. But we are working, the presidents are working as a team. And it seems like we're asking for a lot, which we are, but it's a fraction of what we thought we needed initially. When we had the reality check of evaluating everything. But the good news, I guess, is the growth. The good news is that the citizens of this community continue to support our efforts and take pride in having an exceptional community college. And if you go across Texas, you can really compare Tarrant County College to other institutions, and it is by far the best. So thank you for your support.
Larry, are you coming? Anything you want to add?
I'm not sure that I can add a lot to what my colleagues have said. I've been here, I'm working on my 17th year, and this is the best place I've ever worked. I think in order to be able to continue to be the best place, we need to continue to look forward. And we got a lot of information tonight about all the growth that's going to occur. If we don't continue to move forward, we may not see that growth. And so I think we need to be bold, and we need to think about how can we take care of the people that work for us, but more importantly, how can we take care of all those students out there that need us? Because there are a lot of students that we haven't even touched yet, and they need us. So, thanks.
Thank you, Larry. Yes, ma'am.
I know I'm talking a lot tonight, but this is a special month. You all asked for this board meeting, so we have to make it count. It's a reminder that we've always celebrated the birth of the college in the month of July. And I have one question just to ask. Can you imagine what Tarrant County would be like had there not been some bold action taken in 1965 to create Tarrant County College or Tarrant County Junior College. And I'm certain that was not an easy process. I was not here. I was not part of that discussion. I was privileged to meet many of the people who were the pioneers and who had those meetings across the county to put this in action. And so as we sit here today, talking about what our budget is, last year was 360 million.
365.
I think, can you imagine when it was 25 million? And the tremendous growth, the tremendous impact that we've had on the lives of not only the people in the community and the county, but in the state and in the nation. And it gives me a sense of appreciation for the privilege that we have to make these deliberations and to face this challenge. And at the same time, it gives a sense of wonder to just what a great difference we can continue to make. And that's why it is such a privilege to hear from all of the co-partners here, so that we have the very best information and the very best thinking. Because when it all comes down to it, it's Tarrant County College. They will not single out each board member. They really won't single out any of the faculty or staff. The chancellor will get the brunt of it in the newspaper, but it will really be Tarrant County College. And so it is an awesome challenge, but an awesome opportunity that we all have to take that bold step forward and to make that tremendous difference. And at the same time, we have to ask our students and our taxpayers and the corporate partners to take that step with us, because it is not a step that we as a board or as a faculty or staff can take alone. And I believe in that same spirit that was put forth in 1965, that the community would be willing to come forward and step forward with us and do that. Because looking back, I think that all would agree this board has been a very diligent and reliable board of trustees over the years. And we've been blessed with some great leadership, and we've come through the fire. So I'm looking forward to another, 37 years? 47? Whatever. And I really do appreciate all of the hard work that everyone puts into their job every day here at the college, and the great difference that each and every person who's associated with the college does make. And Madam Chancellor, that also goes for you. Appreciate your efforts and your leadership and the enthusiasm that you spread to all of us. So I think I'm very glad we had this meeting, and I hope that we will go forward with a strong, positive spirit. And I believe that we can get even more creative, Mr. Hill. And I know that we have to make a decision, but I think those people who are wanting us to do things can maybe put their thinking caps on and be a little more creative and come and help us. And there might be someone out there who's listening who has not come forth with an idea of how we can accomplish these great projects that we have on board, that might be willing to step forward and say, I can help with that. And if that's the case, I certainly, we're all open to that. So that's...
Thank you, Dr. Morrison. Ms. Robin Burt. Robin is the JCC president. Would you like to have a final comment for the board on what you think about this whole process?
Sit down over here. The mic is on. The mic is on.
I told you all earlier that they are getting a very good education by sitting with us through all of these deliberations. Ms. Burt?
It is a very good education, and this is just my third year here, but I've learned so much about how the process is. And we all go back and we deliberate, and We thank you for the time that you spend. We listen to everything. We appreciate how much you do value what we do, because that is important. We bring that back to the faculty, and we let them know that as well. So they're very well. We are appreciative of achieving the dream. We understand the mission and Vision 2015. We are working very hard on all of those goals, all of those achievements, making sure faculty understand that. We've had discussions on how can we let faculty know in multiple ways, not just one meeting. Is there another meeting that we can have? We can say it another time, and how can we do that more efficiently? So we're definitely on board. We enjoy working here. We thank you for saying what you do say about us, and we appreciate all of our presidents behind us. They're our cheerleaders as well, and we're all working very hard, and we just thank you all. And I think that's all I'm going to say tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done.
Well, I will close out in a very short summary, and that is, I will tell you that there is no way that we are going to be able to move forward without more money. It is not going to happen. It just is not. We can rearrange all kinds of things, and we can do a lot of different kinds of things. But the thing you have to remember is that we are growing, growing, growing. And I have said to this board, I guess from the very beginning when I was first in as interim chancellor, you do have an option, and that is to turn students away. That absolutely is an option. And I know that's not an option that you want to talk about. But when we start talking about getting serious about really educating the masses, it costs more money. There is just no way to get around it. Now, when we're meeting together, we have the really hard discussions about what can we do, how can we re-engineer ourselves, if you will. How can we repurpose money? How can we look at combining things? So we're not just sitting aside thinking the only thing is money, 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 but at the end of the day, it still is going to take additional monies. And the other thing I will tell you, that unless there is something of a miraculous change in the economy, the increase in the taxable value in Tarrant County is not going to keep up with the growth of the student population. The way it's been going in recent, it just isn't going to work. And so if that's all of the money that we are going to have to grow with, then we at some point are going to say, I'm sorry, but we don't have enough space for you. You're just going to have to wait until there's more space or whatever. But we're looking at everything. When I talked all the time about weekend college, that's the way we can accommodate more students without additional brick and mortar. We don't need that for a weekend college, and we don't need more bricks and mortar for distance education. We don't need more for dual credit. But another one of the things that we're going to talk about between now and the next board workshop is whether or not we should stop charging tuition for dual credit students. Many community colleges do not charge tuition, and they get significantly more students enrolled in dual credit. But when they enroll with us, we're getting paid for them. And so it's something that we may want to think about doing, and that is cutting out the tuition charge for tuition and fee, but we don't have fees, it's all rolled into one. But that we don't charge students for dual credit to get more of them in. It helps the families of those students because we think we get more. It helps the high schools because their graduation rates increase. It helps us because we get a better prepared student, and thus our graduation rate increases. So that's something that we'll be talking with you about at the next board workshop. So we're looking at everything that we can look at. We're turning over every leaf. I say to the faculty and staff from time to time, we get more money, we get more tax dollars, and you all know this, you looked at the data from the state. We get more tax dollars than any other institution. The part I probably have never said to them is that we have also paid for bricks and mortar out of that money, where other institutions have not. They have had, if you look at the bond indebtedness, of institutions around the state. You know where we are and you know where they are. So it really is not an apple-to-apple comparison when you look at the money that we get versus the money that some of the others get. So this is not to try to pressure the board into doing anything, but just to make sure you understand fully all of the ramifications when you say we're not going to do anything but this or whatever, because it really is going to limit what we can do for the citizens of Tarrant County. So with that, we're done. And our next meeting is scheduled for August, what, Reginald?
8.
August 8th at 6 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
August 8th. So board members, thank you so much for coming and for giving us your undivided attention. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nancy, whose is this?